on, get your coffees, go and buy your tickets. All the purchases are via ticket system, so there's no cash vending. It's all via tickets, and please remember the tickets you buy you need to use up today. We as a rowing community were accused of not spending enough money on beer and wine, and so our reputation is tainted somewhat. So we need to correct that if possible. Obviously we don't want any of you drinking and driving, but enjoy yourselves, spend your tickets. And, there's food, the coffee stand's open, there's some memorabilia that's for sale. We hope you have a great day. Good luck to all the athletes. Let's hope the weather doesn't disrupt us too much. And we look forward to a fantastic day. Enjoy it, guys. Right, guys, sorry. I've just been told that the first event of the day will now be the Masters 4. I was alluding to some ex-Olympians being here later today racing. They're here early. So we've got the Masters 4 will be the first race this morning. We've got 4 crews there. VLC Hageman. In lane 1, that's Justin Hageman, Ivan Pence, who of course is an ex-Olympian. He rode in Barcelona in the 8, the last time South Africa sent a senior 8 to the Olympics. Ivan was in that boat, so he's in that. Grant Neal, UCT graduate many years ago, of course, but nonetheless, and he stroked their University 8 to a famous UCT victory at boat race on the Cowie. And then Andrew Miller's in that boat as well. I can tell you these guys have been training, laying down some thick strokes in the past weeks. I spend a bit of time paddling around the outside of this lake in the mornings, and I've seen them out here a bit. Right, their competition in lane 2 is none other than Sizwe Ndlovu, stroking a 4. Sizwe, of course, was part of the awesome foursome that won a gold medal in London at the Olympics. He's got an impressive resume, of course, as well. Sizwe went to Mondial High. He went to Junior Worlds in 1999, and his career as a athlete representing South Africa spanned 16 years. He went to the Olympics, won the gold, as I mentioned, so lots of pedigree there. Sitting behind him in that same boat is Ramon de Clemente. Ramon, ex-Benny's boy, an 18-year career as a professional, or not professional athlete, but as a competing athlete at world-class level, starting at Junior Worlds in 1993 and finishing up at the World Rowing Champs in 2011. He took part in 3 Olympic Games and got a bronze medal in Athens in 2004. Of course, Ramon rode in that era of British dominance in pairs and fours with the likes of Matthew Pinsent, James Cracknell. You know, these sort of guys Ramon was up against in those years, and yeah, probably one of our most decorated athletes. So that's lane 2. Then we've got a combination boat, Old Ed's VLC Rudderplaat, stroked by Tom Price. Andrew Craig is in that boat, and Kevin Spence from VLC, and David Philpotts. Then in lane 4 we've got another VLC boat, Nikki Bowles, Craig Massain, Stephanie Barada and Karim Barada. So they're up against these other boats. So that's going to be interesting. I think the winner will come from lane 1 or lane 2. Goes without saying, I would say. But yeah, I'll let you know once the guys are up at the top and ready to start. It's very interesting to see the quality of rowing these guys still lay down, and really nice event to start the day with. So looking forward to that. Guys, just a reminder to those of you that are keen to follow today's racing on your smartphones. There's obviously a feed like there was yesterday on which is on YouTube, so you can find that. It's slightly delayed, so I'm commentating out of the tower. I'm not looking at the screen, so because of the delay, otherwise it won't make sense. But obviously on the screen you get more, you get more detail, better viewing. Let's hope it's stable today in terms of the feed. Remember regattaresults.co.za. That is the website that will that updates the results. You can look at the times there. And then this year, VLC Rowing Club have an interesting link on their website. So it's sprint.victorialakeclub.co.za. There are scan-me barcodes around the venue, but on there you can also get links to the live video feeds, regatta information, live results as well, sort of the club points standings, which become important this afternoon as the boys' schools and girls' schools start looking at, where are they, the university crews, are they leading, are they not, how many points are they behind, etc. And then, of course, the records, are the records tumbling or aren't they? Yesterday we had Sandy Torrente, who, as you probably know, stroked the men's four in Tokyo. He was the holder of the men's A scull title, and he successfully defended that yesterday afternoon. Fantastic race we saw there, but he wasn't able to better the time. He set up a record time 2 years ago when this regatta was last held. So the good thing about this 1,000-meter racing is it's really close. As we say on the East Rand, this is robot racing. So it's robot to robot. It's 1,000 meters. You've got to get it right from the start, because if you don't, it's very hard to make up any mistakes in over the distance. It's quick and it's over soon. So yeah, looking forward to this Masters race. Joining me in commentary, as he was yesterday, is Mo Salaji. Mo is a Jeppy old boy, and he's been coaching for a number of years. St. Benedict's, also Sachs down in Cape Town. He's back up in Gauteng again. Welcome back, Mo. I hope your voice is up to speed for today's racing, because I think it's going to be fast and frantic like it was yesterday, I think. Eh? What do you say?
Yeah, I think it was some great racing yesterday, especially that women's single. I think it's going to be exciting to see what Wesley and Williams can do in that double. From what we've heard from around the boat park is that the plan is for Wesley and Williams to try and improve the double. So I'm sure the two of them are going to be trying to put out a nice fast time now, especially not such a big headwind now in the morning. So I think they're going to try and put down a fast time down the track there.
Conditions. Sorry, we're just sharing a mic here. Conditions better than yesterday. Those of you that were there will know. It's quite difficult in the beginning, but today looks good. We could have some good times. Just going to have a look up towards the start of my biners and see whether these masters are lining up. So we're still waiting for these masters to line up. Also going to be a great race to see. As I said, we've got two really good crews there. In lane 1 we've got VLC Hageman, we've got Ivan Pence, ex-Olympian in that boat, and Grant Neal, who stroked UCT's last winning 8 at boat race. And then next to them in a combination crew we've got Sizwe and Ndlovu, Olympian from London, of course, and none other than Ramon de Clemente behind him in the 3-seat. Anton Rose behind Ramon, and then Brian Hodgkinson behind that. So lots of experience in that boat. So it'll be great to see these guys racing. And then we've got a combination of Eds, VLC and Ridderplaat, as I mentioned earlier. Tom Price, Andrew Craig, Kevin Spence, David Philpotts, and then a VLC boat in there as well. Nicky Bowles, Craig Massane, Stephanie Barada, and Karim Barada going forward against these ex-Olympians. Right guys, I can't see lane 1 and 2 from my position, but I can see lane 3 and 4 rowing vigorously. So this race has started. So 1,000 meters, going to be interesting to see who's going to have the bragging rights here on this one. Is it going to be Justin Hageman, Ivan Pence, Grant Neal and Andrew Miller? Or is it going to be Sizwe Ndlovu, Ramon de Clemente, Anton Rose and Brian Hodgkinson? They haven't come into view yet, but it's going to be great to see these guys coming down. I read out their pedigree to you, and it's really impressive. These guys have done a lot for rowing in this country.
So just in terms of the Masters Racing birds, are these crews looking to use just sort of tucker along, or is it more sort of a lower diesel engine powered along type of rhythm that they're looking for here?
I'm really not sure, Mo. I see these guys out training in the mornings when I'm sort of paddling around the outside here. They take it seriously. This is important to them, and of course it's bragging rights, you know, so I'm sure they're not messing around. Looks neck and neck to me, coming past the pumper with those two crews. If anything, it looks like Justin Hageman and Ivan Pence's crew are just slightly ahead. That's the Grant Neal and Andrew Miller crew.
Yeah, those two fours coming quite close together, both going stroke for stroke at 34, yeah. Let's see who comes through the middle in the right position, and then either the crew behind is going to have to turn it on early, or we're going to see a scorch of a last 250 like we did in the women's singles and the men's singles yesterday. Pence and them look to be powering away now.
Yeah, it looks like they've got a bit of an advantage there. Probably clear water at this stage, what it looks like. Coming through, they've got about 100 meters to go. The Hageman crew have got their nose in front and just holding on to that lead that they've got.
He's going to produce one of those magical last 250s like he did in London. Here he goes. He looks to be winding it up, but I think it's going to be too late now. I think VLC Pence, VLC and Hageman are going to take this one. They look long, they look strong. I think anyone will be happy to look like that when they're about 50. Doing a good job there.
Right, let's give these gentlemen a round of applause, guys. Fantastic race. Basically decided in the last 400, the Justin Hageman crew taking the lead from the Ndlovu crew and just rowing away slightly from them, but it was a close race and fantastic to see these veteran athletes. You know, I alluded to their pedigree and what they've done for South African rowing over the years. Fantastic to see these gentlemen still out there training and racing. And we look forward to them competing in 2023 at the World Masters. Let's hope they stick to their guns and carry on. And I'm sure with the sort of pedigree we've got in those boats, Ramonda Clemente, 3 Olympic Games, 16 years, Sizwe Ndlovu, you know, gold medalist in London. With that sort of pedigree, they stand us in good stead going into the World Masters in 2023. Right, looking up to the start, we have the first heat of the women's A doubles, and we've got in lane 1 Courtney Wesley and Catherine Williams. Pedigree boat there, also RMB national squad members there. Then we've got St. Stithians Cruise, school boat, racing them. That's what's so fantastic about this regatta. Then we've got St. Andrews Harrison, Assumption Cronavi, St. Mary's Brookman, and St. Mary's Guamanada. And then Tux Gray with Caitlin Cook and Emma Gray in lane 7. As per yesterday, being only 1,000 meters, the schoolgirls really give it to the squad members and the senior athletes. And like we saw yesterday, women's A sculls, we had 4 schoolgirls and 4 senior athletes. So it was fantastic. Let's give these gentlemen a round of applause. Great to see the Masters with such pedigree still spending time in the boats and enjoying the sport.
Yeah, it looks like on the far side, Saints Cruz and Coupler, both of them were in the A final yesterday, so they look to be giving Tux Gray on the far side a good go there. And then I think Wesley and Williams are looking to really lengthen out now and stamp the authority as they come through this middle part of the race. They're coming past the pump house. I think now Wesley and and Williams are going to really turn the screw on here in this middle part of the race.
Yeah, looking good coming through. They've probably got about 350 to go. Definitely the inside lanes, the lead. On the outside, we've got Emma Gray. They're looking quite good as well. They definitely got their noses ahead of the schoolgirls, and not too far behind that Courtney Wesley, Catherine Williams combination. We'll see as they get closer. Nice to see the Stinthinians girls, Holly Cruz and Bridget Kapler. They're not too far off those elite athletes from lane 1.
Yeah, Wesley and Williams really in control here at 30. I think they've got plenty of room to still go up if there's any challenges in the last 250. Cook and Gray there on the outside, really just sneaking up. I think once the angle goes away, we'll be able to have a clear look at and see how close Cook and Gray are. The Saints girls really going to go for it now, but I think both these crews, it's top 3 into the final, so I think the top 3 crews, Saints, Tux and Tux, and I think they're going to sort of take it down now and save themselves for this afternoon here. I think Gray and Williams and Wesley in control here. Kaplan and Cruz also well in control. They can watch third, but I think it's going to be a tight race for that third spot, that third automatic spot. And then these other 2 crews are going to have to wait for the times, I think. Oh, here comes St Andrews. Here comes St Andrews. Can Cook and Gray respond on the far side? I don't know. Are they going to leave it to the time sheet? St Andrews go through to claim that third qualifying spot, and Gray and Cook are going to have to wait for the times to come out.
Fantastic racing there from the schoolgirls. Well done. As we said earlier, it's always close, and there's always a bit of cat and mouse in the heats. But fantastic to see our senior schoolgirls rowing as well as they are. Great to see some great prospects out there amongst those schoolgirls, Mo.
Yeah, Wesley and Williams looking very strong there, taking that heat in dominant fashion. I think they have plenty left in the tank there. They'll be looking to put down, I think they're going to be hoping for this wind to die down, maybe a bit of a storm to come in between now and the heat, flatten out the course, and I think they'll be looking to put down a quick time later today. Maybe they're going to chase that course record.
Right, thick and fast the races are coming down. We've got Heat 2 of the Women's A doubles. Emily Pollock and Nadia Gaspari, Tux lane 1, St Mary's Morgans, Emma Morgans, Claire Keegan lane 2, Holy Rosary, Emma Gomez and Jean Riemann in lane 3. Jean did really well in sculls yesterday, so we'll watch that boat. Then St Stithians, Grace Leach and Zoe Marie Batulis also did well yesterday in the sculls. Then St Mary's, Price Hughes and Sophia Babaya in lane 5, and St Andrews, Caitlin Stroud and Lauren Taylor. And then on the outside we've got Alexandra Innes and Kiara Muldoon. They're coming up to the pumper, pretty evenly spread. From here it looks like the inside lane has the lead. That's Emily Pollock and Nadia Gaspari. But just outside them are Emma Morgans and Claire Keegan, also doing well. Right up there with them. As we said, 1,000-meter racing is really close, and we saw that yesterday, and we're seeing that again this morning. They are really close here between lane 1, 2 and 3. In fact, lane 3 looking fantastic. Lane 3, of course, is Holy Rosary. Did really well at boat race at the end of last year. It's obviously half that crew, but looking good. They've got St Mary's on the inside and the Tux girls on the outside. They're definitely leading this one from this angle that I'm seeing.
Yeah, in the middle of the park there, I think that Price Hughes crew is going to really look to give it a go. Price Hughes, only 16, rode in the women's A final yesterday, and I think this is going to be a much tighter field all the way across. I think these crews here, I think the crews in front, Holy Rosary looked it up. But all these crews are going to be looking to get themselves out of that scrap for that third place. Holy Rosary look to have separated themselves a little bit. But here come Tux and St Mary's on the near side. And I think these 3 crews are going to try and row away from the field here. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, Holy Rosary go up. They really want to take this heat and really lay down a marker for the final. St Mary's are trying to go up, but St Mary's look to be struggling to shift through the gears here. Tux seem to go. I don't know if Tux. I think Tux have that third place. Tux have definitely secured third, and I think Tux are just going to control it in here. But they want to stamp the authority on St Mary's here. Tux look to be making sure that they go through St Mary's to lay down a marker for that final later today. And Holy Rosary, Janine Ruman going to take the first heat, and Tux and St Mary's both secure their places in the A final. And these other three crews, it's a close punch-up. These crews are going to have to race each other all the way to the line, and this is going to come back down to the timesheets.
Wow, fantastic racing so early in the morning. It's like deja vu, looked like yesterday. So it gives you guys a taste of what we're in for later today, when what close racing we have here. And no doubt we're going to have a really close tussle between some of these students and schoolgirls. Fantastic. Of course, as Mo said, top three go through, and then the next fastest two. So that's really looking good. Looking down the program now, and actually coming down the course, we have men's A pairs already. Sandro Torrenti and James Mitchell, lane 1. And then schoolboys, St Benedict's, Delano Saar and Ethan Romberg. Then St Benedict's, Ethan McMaster, Terido Di Bella. Then St John's, Luke Dalton and Duncan Spamer. Then UJ, Dane Walter, Tsane Lesedi. And on the outside, St John's, Takus Mutetwa and Matthew Ward. Again, fantastic for these schoolboys to be racing against an Olympian. Sandro obviously took part in Tokyo. He was also a Benny schoolboy once and went to Junior Worlds, got a bronze medal in the pair in Rotterdam in 2016. Did some under 23 racing, and of course they qualified that for the Olympics at Lucerne. And yeah, they're definitely controlling this race, Sandro and James. James, of course, a St John's boy, went to Junior Worlds twice. Actually went to Rio in a pair with Daniel Carter, and yeah, raced in under 23s with the likes of Garth Holden, and he's actually come back to rowing. He stopped rowing for a while, and then was recruited back actually just for a fun race by none other than Nick Pappas, who's actually a UCT student, so I don't know if he did himself any favours there. But James is back rowing as well as he ever did. So they're coming through in lane 1, looking really good. And then, yeah, St Benedict's, I think it's St Benedict's Saar coming through. They're currently in second. They're being chased by the UJ Walker crew though, so, and just having said that, they caught a massive scratch. Saar has been scratched, I've just been told. You can see Sandro and James dropping the rate. Wily old foxes don't want to burn too much energy down the course here this morning. Looking smooth, looking long in the box, as one sometimes hears. Fantastic, well done guys. And then St Benedict's coming through in second place, so they've secured that second spot going into the men's A final. That's what makes this regatta fantastic. St John's third and fourth, and then a UJ crew coming through next.
Yeah, top two go through automatically, and the rest of the crew's racing for time. That UJ pair not looking happy. Ooh. That's gonna knock. They're not going to be happy on the far side about that. But I think Heat 2, we've got some big names in here. We've got the Tux Cares pair, Go School, David Banks, Chris Baxter, and David Bonach Kun. They're going to look to stamp the authority here and show that they're a crew. St Benedict's, Carrera and Pritchett. They're one of the top St Benedict's pairs. I think they're going to want to give the crew a go. But I think the schoolboys are going to give it all they've got. That JP pair, very tough pair. I know that Chris Painter drives them exceptionally hard in training, so I think that JP pair is not going to give an inch. The JP crew is generally known for that. They'll be there pulling as hard as they can at the beginning, and they'll be there at the end. And then I think on the far side, that's where I think the fireworks are going to be. we've got Devin Miller and John Bean Smith. And I think from what I've heard from the two of them, they've been having a few steering issues, not the way you think. If you follow Devin Miller on Instagram, you know he's a tremendously powerful, very well conditioned individual. A lot of pedigree in rowing as well, rowed at under 23s, rowed at junior level. Some describe his rowing technique as the verge of perfection. And then in the bar seat, we've got John Bean Smith, and we all know Bean comes with big thunder in the last 250. So I think Bean is going to look to really lay it down, and I think Miller and Bean, they've been training sneakily. If you follow them on Strava, that's the only place where they've caught some training data. I think they've shown some good speed and some bursts, but we're going to have to see if they can keep it on the straight and narrow. Generally an issue with those two individuals though. And then Tuck Shabalala and Gottschalk. Gottschalk also a promising young rower, has come through the Tuck system. Slightly rough, but in the last few years he's really started to smooth out. But I think Miller and Smith are going to be the ones to watch here on the far side, and then I think Baxter and Carrera on this near side. So they're getting onto the line. I think all these crews know, I think the officials are going to make sure that they're dead level, and I think these crews are going to give each other a tremendous race here. I think Miller and Smith are going to go out hard at the beginning, hard in the middle, and hard at the end.
Thanks, Mo. Just for those of you that don't know, Mo was talking about Baxter and Bunhag. They of course went to Worlds twice, Junior Worlds, as a combination in the pair, so they're back together in a boat, so they've obviously spent lots of time together. And then, you know, as we said, Devin Miller, Bishop David's student in the years that they were really strong, and then of course John Smith, huge pedigree, St Albans, Old Boy Tucks, under 23 pair, gold medalist, Olympic lightweight 4, gold medalist, lightweight double world champion, and best time for many years at 6:05:36, Olympic lightweight double in Rio, and then obviously qualified and was part of that 4 at the Olympics. So huge hitter, lots of experience, and yeah, he's decided to come and rustle these boys up a bit this morning. Let's see what happens. They've started and they're coming down. They've probably got around 6:50 to go. Yeah, as we say, it's pretty even at the moment. 1,000-meter racing is all about getting it right all the way down the course. We can see Smith and Miller on the outside, definitely rating quite high, 40, I'm told. So they're not holding back, clearly. Inside crews coming past the pumper now. Yeah, that Miller and Smith crew are looking strong out there. Difficult to say from the angle, but with their white blades, it's quite easy to get their rate. And Mo tells me they're rating at 40, so they're not messing around.
Yeah, Miller and Smith really leading out here. I think that's going to cause a lot of stress for those schoolboys on the near side. They're going to be racing hard. They're going to want to make that final. I think what you're going to see as these crews come past, very horizontal, not a big change in handle height as they move off the drive onto the recovery, and a lot of time forward, even at the high rate. If you look at Smith and Miller, that pedigree really showing. They look to be together technically. I think now the training that Baxter and Bunhag couldn't have done, that and all those years together at Cares in the pair, they've been together as a pair for almost 4 years now. I think that experience is really going to start to pay now. They're known for being very horizontal, very strong. Tucks look to be on the far side. Miller looks to be taking John on a bit of an expedition to the far side. I think the steering is going to come on, and Bean looks going to hold on for dear life. But here come Baxter and Damien. They've really stamped their authority, and now let's see if the schoolboys and the training can come in. JP and St Benedict's giving each other a good go, and there's going to be a lot of action on this near side. That St Benedict's crew looking very horizontal, very relaxed coming forward. I think their coach Tato McQueen is going to be happy with that. But I think JP giving them a good go there. JP really starting to dig in. Can JP find a lift here? Remember, only the top 2 go through automatically, so it's going to come down to times, and I think quite a few of these crews are going to be in later. So here come Cares. Cares have taken control. They've stamped the authority. They've gone right through Miller and Smith. Miller and Smith seem to have taken it down. I think Devon just trying to manage the steering now. They're just going to want to go straight and they're going to want to get across that line before these pairs. But if this Benny's pair can put in a big sprint now, they might be able to sneak through. So let's have a look. Here they come. I think the line's going to come just in time. John Bean Smith has a big look there. And they go across. They qualify automatically. And I think they'll be very happy with that. The Benny's pair comes through looking very strong in third. And another tax pair, Gottschalk and Shabalala, I think they'll also be very happy with that result. I think Shabalala, Gottschalk and Clausen, for my money, are the three crews that will go through on time. And the third place from the previous heat. But we'll have to wait.
Fantastic race there. Well done to that Benny's crew, Mark Carrera and Ethan Pritchard. Really strong finish there. And of course, as Mo was saying, that Baxter and Bunagakun combination looking really strong. You can see they've spent years together in the boat at King Edward's, twice at Junior Worlds, and now obviously part of the RMB national squad. Sometimes a bit of cat and mouse in the heat, but dangerous game if you do that. But certainly in for a great final. Next one coming down, Heat 3, we've got Lane 1, Henry Tor and Luke DeFern. Next to them, Ross Lemaitre and Craig Jordan. Then St. Benedict's, De Kaiser and Hurst. Kez, Rousseau and Williams. Jeppy, Franken and De Freitas. And St. John's, Nkuba and Dupria. Henry Tor did fantastically in the men's A single yesterday. Really had a good race. Luke DeFaan, obviously, also part of the squad for RMB squad for a number of years, very experienced at junior worlds level, under 23 level, and of course Olympic level. Ross Lemaitre. Let's see how these guys do against the schoolboys. I guess they're just coming up to the pumper. So this is the third heat. As Mo said, first two go through in each heat. So let's see how this one pans out. Let's hope there's some senior schoolboys in the mix here again. It was really exciting yesterday. Looking ahead, we then have Masters First Division Skulls. That's going to be hugely exciting as well. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, and we'll look at this. Just for your information, we've got two heats for the Masters First Division. That's going to be interesting as well. We've got some really handy Master Scullers coming through there after this third pair's heat. Looking up at the course, we can see they're coming through. Looks like Tor and DeFern look strong in lane 1. On the inside, we've then got Lemaitre and Jordan Craig. And then again, that's St. Benedict's crew, just tracking them, probably a length behind. And then on the outside, the other Jeppy crew, also looking strong. So let's watch this one carefully as they come into the last 250 here. And let's see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I think the real race is going to be for second place here. We're going to see those schoolboys and that tax crew. I think Franken and De Freitas going to really look to claim that second spot. They're currently in third, so I think they need to pick it up now and go now if they want to secure an automatic spot. Otherwise, they're going to be waiting on the timesheet, biting their nails. But here, that's St. Benedict's pair also right in the mix there. I think they can also, if they can find something now, they'll be right in the mix. And I think Henry tore a lot of confidence from that performance in the single. Looking long, looking strong, very horizontal, very powerful looking leg drive there. And that Tux crew also moving very nicely on the inside there. Ross Lemaitre and Jordan Craig, a St. Dunstan's boy and a St. John's boy, they seem to have found a good combination there at Tux. Their coach Chris Mittendorf going to be very happy to see them in the mix there. But I think Tor and DeFaan very much have it in hand. Luca is a wily customer, he's done a lot of racing in the single, not going to do more than they need to here, and they're going to secure that second automatic place. Tux Lemaitre going to be very happy to also take an automatic place, and that's St. Benedict's crew with a very strong finish there at the end to go through Jeppy, and they're going to be waiting for the timesheet now.
Yeah, again, fantastic racing. So that makes for a very exciting final later today. second St. John's crew coming through, and then the Kes crew. So looking forward to that a little bit later. Looking at the Masters A Division singles, lane 1, Brandon Skinner, he's the defending on the water winner from 2 years ago. Then Khalil Skaterma next to him, Yuval Belisha from Vikings, then Karaba Murkule from Vikings, Manyike Kennedy, also Vikings, Dylan Mantle, that name's well named, coach and old Dunstonian, and then Rob Latham from VLC in lane 7. So that's the first heat. Obviously these are masters, so it's based on age, and that has an influence on the result, obviously handicapped. So what you see on the water is not the result in terms of the points and the finish, so to speak. Second heat, Nigel Bucker, very strong sculler, also been to World's Masters a number of times and won many medals. Kevin Spence on his inside, also a veteran, also been to World Masters a couple of times. Ian Johnson, also a VLC member, also been to Masters Worlds. And then dark horse there in lane 4, Ben Bernand. I try to find some detail on Ben because he's rowing out of the same shed as I am, and he comes with some pedigree, Ben does. He's in fact won the Silver Skulls at Buffalo. It says 2011, not sure if that's correct, but Ben's back and rowing. I think he's a triathlete, an Ironman, so very fit. Let's see how he goes in his first serious race. Then we've got all the way from Durban, Mark Brookert, he's in lane 5. And then we've got Gary Lodge, old Dunstonian, in lane 7. So these masters are coming down. They just coming past the pumper. Pretty even at the moment. Looks like Brandon Skinner from Ravens Boat Club. He's in lane 1. He seems to have the lead, and on his inside, Khalil Skaterma, right there with him, in fact. Very close, and then Kennedy from Vikings, I think, on the outside, looking currently in 3rd place. So as they come into the last 300 here, let's see who's going to pull the trigger first in this one. Brandon looking very strong. Brandon's also very fit, very strong athlete, ex-St. Benedict's boy. He's now 43. But loves doing CrossFit, and he's one of those ADD guys who can never sit still, and fantastic guy, recruits parents into rowing. He's a fantastic parents rowing coach for those parents who want to try rowing. Those of you, really a strong guy, fantastic guy, and a great club mate to have at Ravens. He's controlling this race. Of course, it's not a heat, it's a straight final based on times and obviously on handicap. So Brandon's winning this. Obviously he needs to put in a good time if he wants to beat Nigel Bucker, because Nigel's a bit older than him. So even if on time Brandon's coming through, he's got about 6 strokes to go. Long and strong, looking good. Well done, Brandon. Fantastic. And then we've got Khalil Skaterma coming through. He comes through in 2nd place. And then out in lane 5, Manyike Kennedy, 3rd place. Nice flat conditions at the moment. And that concludes the first of the 2 finals, so to speak, for the Masters First Division. Race 2, 3 VLC members there, Nigel Bucker, Kevin Spence and Ian Johnson. Then we've got Ravens Ben Bernand, as I said, the dark horse. Silver Skulls winner from a couple of years ago at Buffalo. Then Mark Brokat from Durban. And then Gary Lodge. I think Philip DeCosta scratched from what I've been told. They're coming up to the pumper now. Just trying to get a view of who's leading here. Looks like Ben Bernand to me. Tough to say. Oh no, we've got some guys in the inside lanes. They're still coming through. I just couldn't see it. I keep forgetting I can't see all the lanes. Well done, Mr. Skinner. Fantastic race. Well done. Looking good, boy. Right, I'm looking up the course. It's definitely, I can see Ben Bernand. He's looking strong, but then in lane 1, we've got Nigel Bucker. I think Nigel's actually in the lead here, probably by a boat length. Nigel, veteran sculler, and obviously been to a number of Masters Worlds events. Really strong sculler, tall man. Let's see what happens here. Ben is in the middle lane, as you can see. He's in lane 4, Ben Bernand. So let's see how this one pans. It's got a sledge. They've still got around 200 to go. The other guy's a little bit back from these two. We've got Kevin Spence, and on his inside Ian Johnson. And then on the outside there we've got Mark Brokat, and he's put a neck and neck with Gary Lodge from Old Dunstonians on the outside. Right, we're coming into the last 200 or so. Looks like Nigel's taken control of this second race. Benny's up there. He's also lifting the rate a little now. Let's see how this pans out. Nigel's probably got a boat length on him. Nice conditions here coming into the finish. Nigel looking strong. He's now got clear water on Ben. Great race, of course. I'm sure these gentlemen have their eyes set on World Masters 2023. Nigel Bucker finishing and winning that second heat, and Ben Bernand coming through his first race in a number of years. Well done there, Ben, and great to see you on the water. And we've got the other VLC guys coming through. Vikings, Old Dunstonians. Right, nice and flat here in the basin. Well done, gentlemen, and good luck with your preparations for 2023. Right, looking at the course, we will now have the 3 heats of the women's C doubles. That, of course, is then also schoolgirls, senior club members, and varsity athletes all competing. We've got 3 heats there. I just want to mention the food and beverage offering this morning. We've got bacon and egg rolls at the clubhouse, so that's in the clubhouse behind me here from 7 to 10 o'clock. Fantastic bacon and egg rolls, I can vouch for them. Then there's homemade pasta from 10 o'clock onwards. So bacon and egg rolls until 10, and then homemade pasta after that. Then, of course, Swagger Breweries. I see their stand is up and ready to draw you some beautiful craft beer. And they've got pink and blue gin on tap as well. So Swagger, a well-known craft brewery, and their stand is just behind me here at the tower. Then there's a fruit stall from 9 o'clock. They're serving lamb and beef rolls. That's lamb and beef from the spit. So if you're looking for a lamb or beef roll, that's at the fruit stall. They've got chicken and beef burgers, and they're also selling boerewors rolls. So quite a spread of options here. And then there's a tuck shop that's selling biltong, cold drinks, and chips as well. So a lot of offering. Just a reminder, all the sales are ticket based, so you need to buy tickets at the gate, and your tickets need to be used up today. There are no refunds on those tickets. So of course the clubhouse also has a full bar for those of you that are wanting something else. Trying to see, the wine guys are here. Sorry guys, One Grape, they're here as well. I can't see if the stand's open, but I see the gazebo. They were selling wine yesterday, and so if you've got a full offering here, and don't hold back on using your tickets. Looking up the course, I think I can see heat one of the women's C doubles coming down. Got Bits Morrison in lane 1, St Stithians Ward lane 2, St Andrews Malloy lane 3, Durban Peters in lane 4, VLC Stoltz in lane 5, Assumption Jackson in lane 6, and Holy Rosary Kasongo in lane 7. They've started and are coming down. We're running nicely on time today. Was a little bit tricky yesterday with some of the under 14s. As Murphy's Law will have it, the worst of the conditions we had when the poor under 14 B scullers were trying to line up. And so congrats to the officials and the safety boats for shepherding these guys down the course. Those of you who watched on YouTube yesterday might have seen some of the shepherding. It was really tough, but you've got to remember these under 14s, you've got to start somewhere. Who knows, our next Olympic gold medal might be amongst those youngsters. So always great to see, and that BMT, you're only going to get it if you come and take part in these sort of national events. So the guys did really well considering the conditions that we had yesterday. Today a lot better. Let's hope the rain stays away. And we've had some fantastic racing already this morning, and let's hope that continues. Women's C division is often made up of student novices, which are obviously then athletes who only started rowing at university, who didn't actually row at school, combined with sort of B rowers from school level, and then we've got some club rowers in here as well, in the form of Durban Rain Club and VLC. So it'll be interesting to see these crews coming down pretty much in a line, lane 1, 2 and 3 pretty close, and then I see lane 6 and 7 are maybe too close. Looks like they might be going to clash. No, I think it's just the angle. So they're coming down. As I said, we've got 3 heats for the women's C. We then go on to the women's A pairs. That's also going to be a good one. We've got some youngsters who took part in Junior Worlds last year, the Newman girls. And then we've got in the second heat, we've got Shelby Skuman, who's also a Junior Worlds athlete now, Tux. So yeah, looking forward to some of that racing as well. Then you go on to men's C, then women's B doubles, and then we've got some masters. So the racing coming thick and fast this morning, running on time based on the weather conditions and the proficiency of the athletes, obviously. They're coming down into the last section here. St Stithians Ward controlling this first heat. Looking good. Of course, this is a heat as well, so we've got the fastest time going through, if I've got that correctly. I'm not sure if there's a progression on this. St Stithians controlling this Women's C event. And we've got St Andrews on the inside. That's St Andrews, Molloy and Molapo. Warden Harris with Clearwater now coming down on the outside. Assumption Jackson and Cullingworth currently in third position. Nice strong finish here from the Saints girls. 2 or 3 strokes to go. And St Andrews, Molloy and Molapo coming through. They'll come through in second place. And Assumption, Jackson and Cullingworth have secured their third position. On the outside then, Kasongo and Fento from Holy Rosary. They will come in fourth position, with the Durban crew of Natalie Peters and Amy Abernroth also coming down. Coming down in fifth place. Nice to see Durban Rowing Club up for national sprints. It's been somewhat of a drought with COVID and whatnot, so great to see all our rowing clubs still supporting all the national events. Great to see everyone out. Right, coming down here, we've got a Wits double in lane 1. As I said, a lot of these rowers are possibly also students who have only taken up rowing in their university years, so possibly these are beginner rowers from Wits who have just started rowing, who never had the opportunity to row at school and forgets there are only a few schools that offer rowing as a sport. Of course, you can take part via some of the club systems, but that's VLC coming through on the far side there. And then we've got Wits coming through here on the inside in lane 1. I see the second heat has gone off. We've got VLC Wetzelaar in lane 1, UJ Drinkle, lane 2, Holy Rosary McDonald, lane 3, Assumption Meyer, lane 4, St Stithians and Gwenya in lane 5. I recognize that name from yesterday from the Skull Racing. Germiston Makeke also raced yesterday. As well in the single sculls. It was an open small boats, and of course the under pulls. Exciting to see the crews measuring each other up for future racing at either Buffalo or at Schools Champs. So yeah, the season of course it's the high end now, going into SA Champs and Buffalo Regatta coming up. So the crews are working hard, training hard, trying to make those gains, heading into the business end of the season, so to speak. Right, Heat 2 is coming down past the pumper. Looks like it's the Alexandria Wetzelaar and Jessica Hindley crew from VLC that are leading this Women's C Heat 2 at this stage. And then out in the middle lanes, looks like St. Stithians Ngwenya, possibly in second place. They've lifted their rate and will be challenging VLC coming into the bowl here, into the finish. Bit of steering issues there, I think, further up the course. The Germiston girls just running a little bit across. They're correcting that now, and they're actually currently in third place, looking strong. Looking great, in fact, and it's actually the Assumption crew, apologies, that is in second place, being challenged by Germiston on the outside. But still on the inside, it's VLC Wetzlar who've got control of the second heat. They're starting to lift their rate as they come into the last 100. As down the line will be Alexandra Wetzlar, Jessica Hindley from VLC. Great Race Girls in second will be Madison Mayer and Cheyenne Govender from Assumption. They've got a clear second position. And then the crew from Germiston, Peleno Makeke and Rifimo Kumalo, they've come through in third place. Great racing their girls. Short path back to their jetty, being supported of course there from the Germiston jetty by their crewmates. Well done girls. And then coming through, I think it's Holy Rosary on the outside. That's Dominique Farina and Tatwa and Zezena. On the inside then here, St. Stithians coming through. Timby, Ngwenya and EBK. And then the UJ crew, that's Julia Drinkle and Kayla Horvelmeyer. Well done girls, one more heat to go in the women's C doubles. We've got Tuck Slater lane 1, Soweto crew, Masenya lane 2, Germiston High, Tinani in lane 3, Van Devender, Wits in lane 4. The Holy Rosary crew has scratched, and then we've got St. Stithians McLanny in lane 6. So just looking up to the start, I don't think they've started yet. If the coaches out there can just make sure, we seem to be running perfectly on time. So if you can get your crews up there as quickly as possible so that we don't create any gaps. Who knows what we're in for this afternoon in terms of weather. Let's hope it stays like this. These conditions are actually ideal. But if you can just make sure you've got your crews on the water. Remember to, I'm going to warn you now already, we had some issues yesterday, to collect your medals, guys. When if you're in a medal winning position, make sure you come and collect your medals. And please quote your race and event number. So you need to quote your race and event number. That is the basis on which they're issuing medals. So that will really help the guys at the medal table to issue you with your relevant medal. While we've got a little lull here, Anne Killian asked me this morning to again just mention the World Rowing Masters 2023. They have partnered with Gauteng Province. That was announced very recently. Fantastic. Gauteng Provincial Administration has come in and are partnering with the event organizers, which of course will boost them hugely in terms of the resources and funding to get the venue ready. A lot of work has been done, and huge thanks to the guys who've done a lot of work there already. Betway have sponsored some jetties which are looking fantastic. There's a lot of work that's gone in there into the infrastructure, and of course the committee are working hard to make sure that we have a fantastic World Masters rowing event in 2023. That's in September. They've got a stand here today. It's very close to the clubhouse. Come and visit the Masters Rowers. If you want to know more about the event, about sponsoring, about getting involved, come and show your support. They've got Masters pins, these little World Rowing Event logos that get made for every single event. They've got one for World Masters that's been announced with a beautiful thorn tree and a kudu standing underneath it, so very African, fantastic, and they are for sale, and of course the money goes towards the committee and their endeavours in preparing for this World Masters 2023 event. Looking up the course, we've got looks like only 2 crews that have come down for this third heat of the women's doubles. I'll let you know who those 2 crews are once I can identify them. Pretty tricky in this light, forgive me, to identify crews without binoculars. Having looked now, it's the Germiston crew that's rowing down strongly here. That is Mpo Tinani and Lindoka Madusela. They're coming down and leading this third heat. That's in lane 3. And then we've got I think it's a Wits crew, that Van Deventer and Vos crew that are coming down a little bit behind the official boat. Let me have a look. Yeah, that's right. So it's only 2 crews that are coming down in this event. Got the Germiston crew guys willing their girls on here. Looking good. Coming through to win this third heat of the Women's C double sculls. Matching buns in their hair also looks good. Well done, girls. Good racing. Well done. The Purple Machine still churning out some quality athletes here at VLC. Always good to see them on the water. And always well supported by their guys out on their jetty. For those of you that don't know, Germiston are based beyond the finish. They've got a new shed. They had massive damage to their old shed. And yeah, looking strong. Great to see them competing in all the events. Purple Machine still looking good. Got Wits coming down here next to the official boat. Coming down to finish this race. As I said, Women's C often includes students who didn't get to row at school and only started rowing at varsity level. These 2 not doing too badly, maybe 1 novice and 1 previous rower, not sure, but they're coming through and finishing this race as well. Well done, Wits. Right, that takes us to the Women's A pairs event. Another exciting one to watch. First 3 go through, and the next fastest 2. We've got 2 heats, so a lot of these girls will go through. Again, it's schoolgirls rowing against national athletes that have represented South Africa. In this case, we've got in lane 1, 2 tuck students, Hannah Newman and Tally Newman, sisters. They rowed at Junior Worlds and are now at tucks rowing there. They're in lane 1. Lane 2 is Justin Swingler and Eva Ika Harris from St Mary's. Then a Wits crew, Kerry Lee Carstens and Matipa Marufu in lane 3. Then Holy Rosary, Courtly Nicholson and Jamie Fletcher, lane 4. Daniel Bellis and I think it's Kudak Marumba from St Andrews in lane 5, excuse my pronunciation. And then St Mary's, Lynn Swingler and Sinead Erasmus in lane 6. Looks like they're two sisters racing against each other in this. And then we've got a Tux boat, Sky Tucker and Chloe Cresswell out in lane 7. Don't think they've started yet. Then in the second heat we've got also UJ, St Andrews Girls, Tux, St Mary's, and yeah, another 2 Tux boats. In fact, three Tux pairs in there. So it'll be interesting to see on the sweep rowing side how the schoolgirls fare against their student compatriots. Always nice for the leading schoolgirl rowers to measure themselves against their seniors. Some of them probably rowed together, in fact, as first year opens, and second year opens are now sporting university tri-suit and of course bragging rights, so often close racing and always interesting to see. So we'll see how these 2 pairs heats come down. We then go to the men's C sculls, which is also a combination of schoolboys and students. Men's C as well, often novices. We've got 3 heats there. Sorry, it's a straight final. 5 men's C finals, so it's based on times obviously. There's no progression there. So a nice full field for men's C, which is great to see. Then we go to the women's B doubles, and then we've got the Masters first and second division women's doubles. That's at 17 minutes past 9. So we are running on time. Crews can make sure they get on the water timeously. This first heat has got away well. They're about a quarter of the way down the course. They've probably come through the 250 mark, pretty even at this stage. I can only see the outside 4 lanes, so not sure what's happening on the inside, but I'll fill you in as soon as they come within view. Right, guys, looking up the course. Those of you here in front of the tower can see as well, pretty close. Looks to me lane 1 currently leading. That is Hannah Newman and Tally Newman, the sisters. St Mary's girls, ex-St Mary's girls, obviously at Tux now, looking strong. Clearly have spent some time together in the boat. Both went to Junior Worlds. Just want to check whether that was in a coxed 4. They came 5th in the coxed 4. So here in the pair. So obviously have spent some time sweep rowing, looking really strong here on the inside. And then right on the outside, also looking good is that Tucker and Cresswell crew. And then we've got the schoolgirls in the middle lanes, Holy Rosary, St Andrews, and St Mary's. So they're coming down Bit of a headwind starting to build up here. We can see the ripples on the water, so as they come into the basin, that obviously diminishes slightly. But yeah, the girls are winding it up here, coming into the last 200 or so. Newman girls looking strong here in their tux colours. Got Holy Rosary and St Mary's battling it out for third position at the moment. In second, we've got that Tux Cresswell crew out in lane 6, looking good. Human girls coming through. Nice and smooth, last few strokes here on the flat water. They come through and they've just got clear water on their Tux crew colleagues out in lane 7. In fact, Tucker and Cresswell have come through in second, and in third, not too far behind, Nicholson and Fletcher from Holy Rosary. Well done to them. And then St Mary, Swingler and Erasmus come through. Swingler and Acre Harris come through, and then Swingler and Erasmus came through after them. Sorry about that. So, yeah, great racing there. Holy Rosary crew not too far off those students. Matt Soul working hard with his Holy Rosary girls, and they've done really well yesterday as well in the sculls racing, so looking good. St Mary's, of course, always putting out strong pedigree crews, and great racing there in the pairs. Looking back up the course, the second heat has gone off. Of course, first 3 go through, so Tux and Holy Rosary automatically qualify, but then we've got next fastest 2, so you know, there's a good chance that one of the St Mary's crews will go through for that final. If not both of them, let's have a look. It of course depends on the times of the second heat, which is now coming down. They've got about 600 or 700 meters to go still. So this Newman, the Newman sisters, boat to watch out for in the final later today. Let's give them a round of applause. Even their St Mary's ex-crewmates are applauding them. Well done, girls. Ex-St Mary's girls, of course, and looking strong. We'll watch them in the final later. The other Tux crew coming through, they came through in second, so they obviously automatically qualified. That's Tucker and Cresswell. We'll see them later in the final. Right, the second heat is coming down. Neck and neck here. Looks really close racing here in the second heat. Tux, Olvers and Tayden thrashing it out with McGregor and Goodman from St Mary's. They appear to have a slight lead on them at the moment. But on the outside we've got Schumann and Little from Tux, also vying for that second and third spot. Yeah, in fact they're probably very close second to their Tux crewmates actually, Elvis and Tayden. In fact it's Emma Pringle and Sarah King on the outside. The Little and Schumann crew on the inside, split by the St Mary's McGregor and Goodman crew. So they're coming into the last 150, 200 to go. Close racing here. Elvis and Tayden controlling this race a little bit. St Mary's, McGregor and Goodman have upped their rate. and are busy rowing through Little and Skuman from Tux. All three of these crews, of course, go through to the final, so I'm sure there'll be some exciting racing later. So Mary second, that Tux Little and Skuman crew coming through, and then Pringle and King from Tux coming through in fourth. They might qualify, of course, as well. And then we've got St Andrews, Flamini and Lamont coming through. And then T in lane one coming through as well. I think that bodes well for the final. We're going to have some exciting races in the women's pairs, A pairs. Looking up the course, we now have the men's C sculls. We've got 5 events in this division. In fact, I've got it wrong. Winner in each heat goes through, and the next fastest 3. So we've got 5 heats, and then the next fastest 3 go to a final. Sorry about that. I said that there wasn't progression. Of course there is. And here again, we've got students racing schoolboys. First heat, we've got St Stithians, Frank Stevens. In lane 1, we've got St Benedict's, Gonzalez Maluleka. Good luck to him, he's my neighbor. Then we've got Kez Marketos in lane 3. We've got St John's Friedman in lane 4. St Albans Nunn, lane 5. St Dunstan's Causa, lane 6. UJ Hu in lane 7, and Jeppy Spanos in lane 8. So this men's C, we've actually got some under 16 boys racing against students, and obviously under 19 boys as well. So great to see, nice to cut your teeth against some senior athletes and senior rows and see how you go. Especially since we've had limited racing over the past months, in fact years, so it's great to see all these guys out entering single sculls and all the events they can. So we've got 5 men's C heats, and as I said, then we've got women's B doubles, 2 of those, and then we've got the final of the men's masters first and second women's dub, and then followed by the master second division quads. And then we've got the first heat of the men's A8s. So that's going to be exciting as well. Schoolboys racing against students in the big boats. And there's some old university boys also racing there. Nicholas Pappas has used his recruiting skills and managed to put together a motley crew. Looking at the names there, Mittendorf, Michael Thomas, Kyle Scumby, Dom Kester, Nick Pappas in there, of course, as well, Nick Creep, John T. McIver, Brad Perry. So, yeah, quite a mix. It'll be interesting to see how those guys go against some of these finely tuned schoolboys. Look forward to that one as well. Back to heat 1 of the men's C's. They just coming up to the pumper again. Looking down here, I would say it's Kez Marketos, Quinton Marketos, who's leading this one. Closely followed by St John's Freeman on his outside at this stage. St Stithians in lane 1, that's Frank Stevens. Also looking good at this stage, and then I'd say outside lanes. Looks to me like James Houle, who's also in there. Of course, in this one, only the first place goes through automatically to the final, and then if you happen to be one of the 3 next fastest, you will go through as well. So you need to win this heat to make sure that you go through. Let's see. Let's see who lays it down in the last 200 meters. Right, they're coming into the last bit here of this robot race on the East Rand. 1,000-meter racing is quick and hectic. So, but yes, it's as I said, Quinton Maketos of King Edward's. He's got a nice lead here. He's rowing strongly, and he's actually picking up his rate now, just to make sure that he gets in ahead of that UJ student on his outside, James Hull, who's obviously trying to qualify as well. Winner goes through, and then we've got 3 next fastest. St. John's lifting his rate as well. That's Andre Freeman. He's eyeing out the UJ Sculler on his outside to see if he can whip him. Right, so King Edward's Maketos goes through. Second place UJ, third place St. John's. They're obviously hoping for a next fastest time slot to get through. But Quinton Maketos is definitely in that men's C final later today. Hopefully he's saved some energy for that. Coming through here then still we've got St. Albans Nunn and then St. Benedict's Gonzalez Maluleka coming through in lane 2. The next heat is lane 1 from Selborne College in East London. They've come up to race as well, as I mentioned earlier. James Davies, lane 1. Durban Rowing Club, Joan Potgieter, lane 2. St. Dunstan's Gruer, lane 3. Germiston High Paladi, lane 4. St. Benedict's de Santos, lane 5. Stewart from St. Stithians, lane 6. Logan Root from Jeffy, lane 7. And St. Dunstan's Klabangnane, apologies, tongue-tied. Klabanani in lane 8. I don't think they've started yet, so we've got a bit of a gap here. Remember, you can look at the live feed on YouTube or on the link that is via the VLC website, obviously. Follow the racing. You can see the progressions if you look at the VLC website, sprints.victorialakeclub.co.za. Also the point standings, that'll get interesting later this afternoon as the school clubs and masters clubs start working out who's going to take away which trophies this evening. So those points progressions are all, well, point standings, not progressions, are all on the VLC websites. Sprints.victorialakeclub.co.za. So if you've got a smartphone, you can stay up to date with that. Conditions ideal, I would say. Definitely better than yesterday. Maybe a bit chilly, but I think the athletes don't mind that. And nice to see all these guys out racing. So we've got heat 2 here. They've got about 700 meters to go. I can see the first couple of lanes coming into view. Selborne, Durban, St. Dunstan's, Germiston, St. Benedict's, St. Stithians, Jeffy and St. Dunstan's in the second heat. Winner takes all in terms of going through, and then the next fastest 2 will go through as well. So we'll see how this one develops.
Actually, I wasn't joking. Oh, that's good stuff. One of my favorite songs.
interesting race developing here in the second heat. St. Benedict's de Santos and St. Dunstan's Grua. Durban Potita as well. This could get close coming down into the finish here. But tricky to determine the dry suits with this poor light. You've got to sort of look through your binos. In my case then I've got to drop my spectacles and up my binos. Old age is a terrible thing, what can you say? Yeah, St. Dunstan's looking strong here in the middle lanes, but on his outside, got some serious competition going there. That's in lane 7, which is Jeppy Ruert, Logan Ruert from Jeppy. He's in fact leading this now, with St. Dunstan's Grua in second place. Yeah, clear water for Mr. Ruert from Jeppy. He's going to boss this second heat. Of course, Michael Grua hoping for a good time so that he can go through based on time. So still giving it horns to make sure he gives himself a chance to make the final anyway. With St. Benedict's de Santos coming through in third. And then we've got the other it's St. Tithian's, James Stewart coming through. And then on the inside, all the way from Selborne College, James Davies. These guys, obviously, a lot of them measuring each other up. They're going to be racing again soon down at Buffalo. I'm sure Mr. James Davies knows those conditions well and hopes he sticks it to some of these guys down there when they come down to race him at the Buffalo Regatta and at the Sprints Regatta. Nice to see you guys up here in Joburg. I hope you're enjoying the racing. Still coming through here is John Potgieter from Durban Rowing Club. He's finishing. And on the outside, another St. Dunstan's rower, Juan Banani, coming through to finish this race as well. Well done, gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your race. Third heat, we have one scratching. That's Joshua Colling from St. Albans. Otherwise, everyone's racing. Wema Rantai, lane 1. St. John's Taba, lane 2. Germiston Tiu, lane 3. St. Stithian's de Kock, lane 4. Eugene Lovu, lane 5. And then St. Dunstan's Mokine, lane 7. And St. Benedict Stevens in lane 8. Well done, guys. Great race there. Well done, Mr. Ruert from Jeppy. We'll see you in the final. This, of course, Logan Ruert's home waters, so he's got an advantage here. Let's see how he does down at Buffalo when he's up against some of the local guys down there. Nice conditions for these single scullers to test their skills in, especially down here in the basin. It looks a little bit different further up the course, but not bad at all compared to some of the crossheads we had up at the start yesterday, making it really tricky for some of the juniors. This third heat has started, and they are also coming through 700.
I've got umpire forward watching his nose, and the racing comes in. The racing goes around the field.
Right, coming into the final 250 here, looking up the course in this third heat of the men's C sculls. We've got Reese de Kock from St. Stithians leading this one. He's leading, and on his outside we've got Ndlovu, and on his inside we've got St. John's. Sorry, it's lane 1, it's Wemmer, it's Rantai from Wemmer. He's currently in third place, I would say, but as I said, St. Stithian de Kock leading this third heat by quite some margin. Ndlovu, of course, and also Rantai from Wemmer have a chance if they need to keep their rate up so that they can put in a time that might come and then put them through as the next fastest 3. But coming through to win that, Reese de Kock from St. Stithians. Well done. Little tussle to the line here. UJ just controlling that one, making sure he gets through, and he's got half a boat length over Tabi Rantai from Wemmer, who comes through in third. Of course, they're hoping to have qualified nonetheless, based on times. Remember, there are 3 spots for next fastest times to go through out of the 5 heats, so they're hoping that they still will make that. The next heat is heat 4 of the men's C sculls. Lane 1, VLC Tilo. Lane 2, St. Albans Danoa. Lane 3, UJ Clear. Lane 4, Jeppy Nyovane. Lane 5, St. Stithians Rolands. Lane 6, Germiston High Nyamade. Lane 7, St. Benedict's Maharaj. And lane 7, St. Albans Berger. So again, a mix of schoolboys and students. Simon Clear, ex-St. Benedict's boy. Let's see how fit he is and how much rowing he's been doing when he comes down. Not much work to do for the safety boats today. They were extremely busy yesterday with tipped scullers and shepherding boats back away from Germiston Aquatic Club. They had their hands full yesterday. Today is obviously a lot better. I can see some big boats doing some warm-ups out on the other side. Of course, as I mentioned, we got the heats for the men's A8s, which will be interesting. We've got a mix there of students and schoolboys, and then we've got this crew put together known as the University Old Boys. So looking forward to those heats as well. That'll be coming down a little bit later.
Gentlemen, this is Mambo number 5. One, two, three, four, five. Everybody in the car, so come on, let's ride.
Right, we've got Heat 4 coming down. They're just coming past the pump house. VLC Silo, St Albans Dunhauer, UJ Clear, Jeppy Giovanni, St Stithians Rowlands, Germiston Yamande, St Bendix Maharaj, and St Albans Burger. Coming into the basin here, looks like UJ Clear. Clearly has been rowing since he left school. So he's tussling it out with the St Stithians rower on his outside. That's Matthew Rowlands, and on his inside he's got St Albans Dunhauer. So it's those three, one of those three are going to be taking honours here and going through. Looks like St Stithians Rowlands got a slight lead. He's definitely rating higher than the other guys on his inside. Mr. Clear raising his rate as well now. Let's see how that goes. Nice tussle here in this third heat. St Albans Dunhauer picking up his rate as well. St Stithians Rowlands just making sure that he comes through. He's just got clear water, very close between the other two. Simon Clear and James Dunhauer. Hoping obviously to get one of those three next fastest time spots to go through. But St Stithians, Matthew Rowlands will be there for, in the final later today. So we've got one heat to go, heat 5 of the men's C sculls. St Dunstan's Mearns in lane 1, Jeppy Preston lane 2, St Bendix Daniel lane 3, Kes Claro lane 4, St John's Dunoon Stevens lane 5, Germiston High in lane 6. Then we've got Hilton College, Kruger in lane 7, and then Hilton College green in lane 8. So those two Hilton boys next to each other there, measuring themselves against these Gautengers. That's in heat 5, which will be coming down shortly. You can see a few more 8s going through their paces up near the start, so that's coming down a little bit later with the Masters Women's Double, and then the Masters Second Division 4, and then we get into the heats for the 8s, which is going to be exciting. It's around 9:30, 9:35, so that's going to be interesting to see how those schoolboys, those finely tuned schoolboy crews do against some of the students. Some of them are actually their coaches. I know Luke Fowler, for example, is rowing for Wits, but he's also a coach. So students up against their interesting entry called University Old Boys, which has got a smattering of all sorts, Olympians and senior rowers, all sorts in there. That'll be interesting. I'll talk about that a little bit later. We've got some spot prizes that I'm going to announce. So if you came in the gate, the spot prizes, and the first 2 spot prizes for today, the first spot prize, drum roll, Alistair Stewart, if you can come and collect your spot prize here at the tower. And the second one, drum roll, Jackie Potgieter, if you can come and collect your prize. So Alistair Stewart, and Jackie Potgieter, please come and collect your spot prizes here at the tower. They look quite nice. I'm not sure what it is. They're in a sort of fancy bag. Well done to you. Come and get your spot prize at the base of the tower. Right, that last heat 5 of the men's sea sculls has gone off. In fact, they're probably up close to the 600 meter mark. Pretty even spread. St. Benedict's and King Edward's looking strong, and then on the outside, one of the Hilton crews looking good. We'll see how that develops as they come into view down here. Close tussle here between these men's sea scullers. St. Benedict's Daniel in lane 3, looking quite strong. On his inside, Shane Mearns from St. Dunstan's looking good as well. And then Kez Cristiano Claro also in the mix there. We'll see how this develops as they come down the course. In 7, the Hilton Sculler, Kruger, also coming into play here. And Jeppy Preston, not too far off. St. Dunstan's picked up their rate have a very clear lead here. Benedict's coming to pace a little, but he's picking it up now. Remembering next fastest could go through, but it looks like lane 1. Shane Mearns from St. Dunstan. Finishing strongly here in the men's C and securing his spot in the final. Benedict's Daniel coming in second. That's Sean Daniel, hoping that his time's good enough to get through. Then a tussle between Kez Claro and Jeppy Preston. Depending on the times, of course, those boys could possibly all three go through. It depends how fast this heat is versus the other heats. Hilton Kruger coming through, and then on the far side Hilton Green as well, finishing up. That's concluding then heat 5 of the men's C sculls. Apologies, we've still got St. John's. Danoon Stevens coming down. He's got around 100 meters to go still. Nice conditions for these scullers. Pretty cool conditions, pretty flat, which is ideal for sculling. Looking up the course, heat 1 of the women's B doubles has gone off already. Wits, Whitcut in lane 1, St. Stithians Grissel lane 2. The Rhodes crew has scratched, so Assumption Kajabi in lane 3, and then St. Sykes lane 4, and then Holy Rosary Rutger in lane 5 coming through as well. Pretty evenly spread in this first heat of the women's B double. I'll give you some more info as they get closer. A lot of the 8s now are warming up and going through their drills at the top of the course. That's going to be really exciting. Remember, 1,000 meters is not a long way if you're in an 8 and if you're moving it rapidly. So you've got to get it right. Your start's got to be good. Your build-up's got to be strong. You've got to settle nicely, make sure you're in the right position to have a strong finish. So that's going to be exciting racing in the 8s coming up a little bit later. So they're up there warming up already. Close racing in this first heat of the women's B doubles. Looks like that Holy Rosary Rutger crew on the outside in lane 6 have got a lead. And then a close tussle between Assumption, St. Andrews, and of course St. Stithians on the inside for that second place. But Holy Rosary at this stage leading this race convincingly, but need to watch out for St. Stithians. They upped their rate on the inside in lane 2, ran strongly, and of course that error of parallax comes into play as we get closer to the finish. But Rosary looking really strong there in this women's B double. St. Stithians, I would say clearly in second place here, but it's going to be Holy Rosary, the Rutger crew. They're going to come through and win this first of the heats in the women's B. Well done to them. Sicilians coming through in second. They've got 3 or 4, 5 strokes still to go. Looking good with Assumption, making sure they're keeping their noses ahead of the St Andrews crew. Assumption coming through in third. Of course, they go through as well to the final, as possibly do the St Andrews crew of Hannah Sykes and Jessica Saltas. Coming down the coastal, Daisy Woodcut and Van Deventer from Wits University, they are still coming down. Our lady looking around to see how far the finish line is. Still got a few strokes to go there. In the background, one of the 8s turning around. I'm just going to see who that is. Looks like St Stithians possibly. Well, it's a St Stithians blades, but tucks lowers. Maybe it's that motley crew I was speaking about. Possibly is. Just warming up there. Waiting for heat 2 of the women's B doubles to come down. Having a look at that 8 across the course there. In fact, it is. Let's talk to that boat now. It's a boat that Nick Pappas put together. It's got Michael Thomas stroking. He's a Tuck student, ex-St Andrews boy who went to Junior Worlds, and also they rode a forward head of the Charles, and he's a long-standing Tuck student. Then Chris Mittendorf, also multiple competed often at Junior Worlds and under 23s. Then Carl Scumby needs no introduction, ex-Hilton boy, Olympian obviously in the last Olympics at Tokyo, really strong athlete, taking a break from rowing, although it doesn't look like it. He's in a boat today. Let's see how that goes. Dom Kester, Old Bishop Avon boy, Junior Worlds rower, under 23 rower. Nick Pappas, also Junior Worlds, ex-St John boy, president of UCT rowing for a year, rowed at UCT all his years, and now rowing at VLC, trying to get all his mates back into boat. He's also in that boat. So we'll see how that crew does against the schoolboys, finely tuned schoolboys and some of the other university crews. We'll see how that goes a little bit later. Back to this second women's B double. UJ Masangu, lane 1, St Andrews Dick, lane 2, Durban Rowing Club Hurst, lane 3, St Stithians van der Merwe, lane 4, and Wits Marufu, lane 5, and then Holy Rosary Tirwell in lane 6. They're coming down into the basin here, and it looks like St Andrews crew have a slight lead here. That's St Andrews, Dana Dick and Angela Sebekulu. They're leading that Durban boat, Sarah Hurst and Claire Hill on the inside. They need to watch out for them, and then they also need to look out for the Holy Rosary crew, the Tirwell crew, who were late entry and on the outside. They're rowing very well there, so we'll watch that tussle. I think they've rowed through Durban Rowing Club now and are challenging the St Andrews crew, so let's see how that pans out. Then on the inside, UJ Masangu and the Wits crew in the middle. Guys, just a quick announcement. We've got a little boy, his name is Madison. He's clutching a helicopter, and his parents, he's missing his parents. He's quite calm and looking around. He's got a hoodie on and his orange shorts and his gumboots. He's holding on to his helicopter. So would the parents of Madison please come and collect him at the base of the tower? He looks looks well, and someone's looking after him, so not to worry. But if Madison's parents can just come and pick him up here at the base of the tower. It was in fact the St Andrews crew that came through, so they obviously go through Holy Rosary, that led entry, they'll go through as well. Big tussle between Durban and UJ for that third spot. Durban clinching that one, and then UJ hoping they'll go through on the next fastest time for the final, and then St Stithians coming through in 5th place, and then in 6th place, I think it's Assumption. Don't recognise any blades or tri-suits there. Let me have a look. Looks like some. No, in fact it was Wits. Sorry about that. Always mix some Dunstans and Wits colours up, especially if they've got tops on. Just having a look now. Next race, the Masters 1st and 2nd Division Women's Doubles. Interesting entries there. We've got Ridderplaat, Trish Quipper and Wendy Hutton, lane 1. Then lane 2, Samantha Johnson and Renee Bruvelli. Lane and Alpha Abrams. Some real Masters veterans of many World Rowing Masters Championships in this race as well. Then VLC in lane 4, Marcelli Hooper and Nikki Bowles. Then we've got lane 5, Gaynor du Toit and Anne Killian. And lane 6, Sarah Ward and Jackie Bellingeri from Durban Rain Club. And then we've got Kim Bernand and Dimitra Sikiotis from Ravens. Ravens Boat Club in lane 7. So they've started. I can see the Ravens boat in their green colours on the outside. The other guys are not in view for me yet, but I'm sure coming down. I'll keep you updated on that. So that is a straight final. That's then followed by the Masters 2nd Division quads. And then of course we've got those men's A8 heats that I was talking about. Nice little remix version of Scatman pumping through the speakers here this Sunday morning at VLC, urging these Masters doubles on. I don't think they can hear it, but we can, so sorry to interrupt that. Coming down here, looking very strong on the inside lane is Trish Cooper and Wendy Hutton from Regatta. They're probably leading this this Masters final. Combined age of 57. Looking strong. Then I think we've got Anne Killian and Gaynor Dutoy in lane 5. They're busy holding off the Ravens crew out on the outside. Of course, the results you see on the water are not always the results that will be recorded because of the Masters handicap system, which is based on age. But this Regatta double in the orange boat looking really strong. That is Trish Cooper and Wendy Hutton from Regatta Rowing Club. Combined age of 57, looking really strong and coming through. No doubt they'll be eyeing the 2023 World Masters Regatta. Well done, ladies. Great race there. Gaynor Dutoy and Killian coming through comfortably in second. And then in third place we've got Ravens Boat Club, Bernand and Skikotis in third place. Fourth place, lane 2, we've got Renee Bravelli and Samantha Johnson. Renee had COVID recently and obviously is still battling with that. They'd be more competitive in this boat class. Good to see Renee on the water. Hope she starts feeling better soon. Hillary also recently had COVID, I'm told, and also you can see these ladies breathing deeply, and hope you ladies recover well. We need you guys for World Rowing Masters Champs in 2023, if you're still around, and yeah, we hope you recover well and quickly and fully, most importantly. Great racing by these Masters ladies. Nice conditions for them. Just careful, guys. There's a coxed quad coming down the course here. Renee, if you guys can just watch out for them. Hopefully that cox has seen you. Yes, I think he has. Great. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Okay, that's sorted. Cox, maybe take that quad round the outside. You actually shouldn't come around this way. You should go around the long way, or you should be rowing a lot slower. So, not that smart what you're doing there. I don't know why you're doing that. A little bit against the traffic and against the course. So guys, please, boats are expensive. Let's just be careful. Right, these Masters ladies making their way back to the jetties. Good racing there, and as I said, we're wishing Hillary a full recovery, and Renee as well. She had shoulder surgery recently, and yeah, we hope she makes a full recovery. A veteran of many World Masters Championships, and obviously we're counting on her. Going forward, she's rowing with someone from Alfred's. Welcome to Joburg, guys. Good to see you up here, and we hope you all recover fully. Looking up the course, we still lining up the Master Second Division quads. We've got VLC Abrosi in lane 1, we've got VLC Lethwaite in lane 2, Vikings Wemmer combination of in lane 3, and then Vikings stalwart crew, I'd call it, of Nick Meyer, John Ingram, Digby Hoots and Wick Dreyer, all well-known names in Masters Reign. Ravens Boat Club, Kakor, well done ladies. Looking smart in that new boat of yours. That boat started its racing career quite well yesterday and done well today as well. Durban Rowing Club coming past us here from lane 6. Well done ladies, nice to see you in Joburg. Good luck with your training and getting ready for 2023. So we've got one more Masters race. That's this second division quads race that I've just mentioned, and then it gets really exciting. We've got some robot racing between some 8s here, schoolboys, universities, and then our motley crew, otherwise known as University Old Boys, which is going to be interesting to see how they do. I think it's the first time they've got together in a boat was rowing up to the start, but some serious pedigree in there. Carl Skumbi, Olympian obviously, and then a bunch of guys who've represented South Africa at junior level or at under 23 level. So it'll be interesting to see how they do against these finely tuned schoolboys and some of the varsity crews. So looking forward to that. Our quad race, Masters quad race has started. I can see the outside 2 boats making their way down. Conditions really nice compared to yesterday, pretty flat, cool. So we should see some fast times from these 8s coming down. Of course this is heats, so first 3 go through and then the next fastest 2. So basically most of the field will go through for the final, which is I think the last race of the day today. So there might be a bit of cat and mouse as well. So whatever happens in these heats isn't sort of the cast in stone version of what will happen in the final. There are a few wily old foxes there. Some guys who are maybe not as fit as they should be, so they might hold back a little bit. Just make sure they qualify and then give it hammer and tongs late afternoon. We'll see. It's going to be very exciting. It'll be very quick, and it's going to be fun to watch. These Master squads pretty even coming down. I'd have to call it this Vikings veteran crew on the outside looking quite strong. Let's see if they've got a finish in them. That's Nick Meyer, John Ingram, Digby Hoots and Wick Dreyer. Been rowing together for a long time, obviously, those gentlemen. Combined age of 70, very impressive. To consider the average boat age there is 70. These oaks love their rowing, and great to see them still out competing. And yeah, they're leading this race, guys. So they're going to probably win this on the water and clearly on handicap with a combined age of 70. So fantastic, gentlemen. Laying down the fat strokes here in the last 100. Not quite as long in the box as they maybe used to be, but still putting it down and getting that boat surging into the last 30-40 meters. Looking really good. Great rowing there, gentlemen. Clear water lead over the combination crew in lane 3, which is a Vikings Wemmer combination stroked by Alan Bentley, Bradley Keith, Adike Mizuno and Mark Cronin in there. Their combined age is 62, and they've just pipped Craig Lethwaite, Perrin Miles, Peter Glover and Craig Massane, combined age 57 on the inside in lane 2. And having just finished, we've got the Abrosi crew. They've come through as well. Gareth Morgans, Daniel Drinkle, Philip Welshman. Well done, gentlemen. Good racing there. That Vikings crew obviously will win it not only on the water but on handicap as well. Well done, gentlemen, and good luck with your preparations for the future Master Regattas and of course the big goal 2023. Well done, guys. Fantastic to see you guys still rowing well into your 70s. Impressive. Nice to see. Right, looking up at the start, some of those 8s lining up. Outside lanes still to do so. I can see that University Old Boys crew stroked by Michael Thomas from here, so they've lined up. In fact, they are the outside crew, so everyone on the inside, which is Tux Chabalala, Vitz Patrizi, Jeppy Clausen, Constidian Schmidt. Jeppy boys getting worked up here in front of the tower. They know this is going to be a sprint race, and they certainly sound like they're ready for this matchup here. Right, and they off and racing. Those Jeppy boys supporting their crew. Timing was perfect, and these crews are coming down. Watch closely because this is going to be over quickly. They're coming through the 750 meter mark. I can see the outside 3 lanes pretty much line abreast. That University crew seems to have had a good start. They're pretty even with St. Stithians on the inside. Inside of that we've got Jeppy looking strong. In fact, from here I would say Saints have just got the jump on Jeppy and those University Old Boys. Obviously had a good start. St. Stithians always known for their good starts, even back in the days when my boys were rowing. Then we've got on the inside Vitz. They've fallen back a little bit, and on the inside of that Tux Chabalala. So it's coming down into the basin here. They're just coming through the past the pumper. Jeppy seems to have lifted their rate, and they are definitely level now with St. Stithians. So those 2 crews are looking like they. Tux Chabalala on the inside having none of it. He's picked up his rate, and they level with these schoolboys as well. Let's see how this one goes. It's the only crew that's a little bit back on the other 3. Our University Old Boys looking strong. Let's hope they've got the legs in that boat. They've certainly got the pedigree. Whether they've got the fitness is to be seen, or they're just being wily foxes and holding back for the final. We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, Jeppy probably with a canvas lead over St. Stithians. Tux probably just behind St. Stithians. I can see these university old boys winding up their boat now. They know they've got to do something here to make sure they're in the top 3. And they seem to have rowed through the St. crew. There's some big wattage available in that boat. Dom Kester, obviously, Carl Scumby, so there's lots of strength in that boat. And they're starting to wind that up. As they come down, Jeppy holding them off. So Jeppy controlling this race. As I said, cat and mouse, you don't want to waste too much energy, but you do want to go through. So Jeppy look like they're controlling this. Tux dropped their rate a little bit, probably going to come third because of that. No, very close between the Tux crew and the Old Boys University crew. Both of them actually dropped their rate a little bit, the wily old foxes, but obviously need to save energy for that final. It's going to be a humdinger. St. coming through in 4th. They will definitely go through as well. So yeah, that's a bit of a taste of the racing we're going to have late afternoon. Have they held back? We're not sure. Did Jeppy go flat out? Not sure about that either. I doubt it. So I think these boys all just got themselves into a position to make sure they're in the top 3, and then we'll see the true wattage late afternoon and see who wins this shootout. It's going to be exciting. What do you say about that race, Mo?
Yeah, I think Jeppy really wanted to stamp the authority there, give themselves some confidence going into the final. Always winning the heat gives the crew a lot of confidence. So I think Jeppy are going to hope. I think the Jeppy coach is going to hope that confidence carries them through in the final. I think Tux very much had that in hand. I think most the rest of the crews, especially the varsities, just looking to qualify, don't want to spend too many tickets in the heat. And especially that old boys crew, I don't think they have many tickets.
Well put, yeah. They're holding on to their tickets for the final, that's for sure. And as we said, it's a massive wattage in that crew with Scumby and Kester, Pappas and the likes. You know, as you say, not a lot of tickets there possibly, but we'll see. It's going to be super exciting. Looking up the course, coming past the pumper, we've got the second heat coming down. That's UJ Lasishu in lane 1, Penny's McMaster lane 2, St. John's Mutetwa lane 3, and Kes Howes in lane 4. Pretty even coming down. Penny's possibly with a slight lead over UJ on the inside at this stage, but as we say, these boats, we think, you know, they're just positioning themselves for the final, Mo.
Yeah, a little bit of cat and mouse between the St. Benedict's first 8 and under 16 coaches. Atsin Corsi Lekani, the coach of that UJ 8, came second at boat race, and UJ really looking on the up, very aggressive in their training and their recruiting. They're really trying to position themselves to end that tuck streak. But that St. Benedict's crew looking very slick. I think Tato McQueen is going to be happy with that, nice and horizontal. They've got a sub on board in there, but I think that St. Benedict's crew, you wouldn't notice that if you looked at them. Looking very slick, very horizontal. And that UJ crew, I don't know, are UJ going to go for pride, and are they going to try and set down a marker? Or are St. Benedict's look to have it in hand? But we're going to see what they do now in the last 200. Looking really slick, really smooth. I think St. John's and Cares, that Cares crew looking slightly disjointed, but Cares were really going for it now. Cares have lifted, Cares are ahead of St. John's. St. John's, it's going to be tight. I think UJ and St. Benedict's are going to want to get themselves out of this. St. Benedict's look to have it in hand, and here comes UJ. UJ might get it on the line. UJ really look to be lifting it, but I think St. Benedict's and UJ are going to have this. And St. John's just hold on from that late charge from Cares. So I think that's going to be exciting. Those Cares boys look to have really spent themselves over that 1,000, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the final. How will that recover? How will they be able to recover, and will they be able to produce a big one in the final now?
Yeah, very interesting. One wonders whether on the school boats whether they've been rate capped and sworn to not rate above a certain rate, because as you say, they sort of a lot of them just backed off a little bit of the finish. Ladies and gents, if you look at this boat coming through now, this is this crew that Nick Pappas put together, stroked by Michael Thomas, Carl Scumby in there, Olympian. We've got Dom Kester, So some Nick Kreefs in that boat. Yeah, a lot of pedigree there. Let's hope they've got enough tickets for the final.
Interesting blend of styles there. You see some slightly different hand speeds going around the finish. Some different coaches have worked with all of those athletes along the way. So some slightly different ideas, but I'm sure by the time they get to the final, they'll be on the same page.
Yeah, they've basically got in the boat up to the start and then raced. So it'll be nice to have one under the belt. I think it'll look a bit different in the second one. Let's see how that goes. Back up to the start, we've got the women's A coxed and coxless 4. So we've got Tux Pollock in lane 1, St Mary Swingler lane 2, Holy Rosary Nicholson lane 3, St Andrews Potgieter lane 4, Tux Pringle lane 5, and St Mary's Curtis lane 6. This is also going to be a great race. They've started and they're just coming through the 600 meter mark. Some quality girls rowing here as well. Just Shelby Skuman went to Junior Worlds. Emma Gray is in there as well. She's off to Penn University in the fall. And yeah, a lot of top quality rowers here again. As we've seen earlier today, a combination of university students racing against scholars. St Benedict's first 8 coming past in their first 8 tri-suits, looking smart. Certainly looked slick out on the course. Were they rate capped? I wonder. Mo will know because he's working there, but he might not tell us, so that's okay. Looking at this coxed and coxless 4, they're coming through the 500 meter mark. Looks like lane 1, Tux Pollock have got a clear lead here. They're followed by the other Tux boat, Pringle, out in lane 5, and then we've got the schoolgirls a little bit back. We'll see how that goes. St Mary's on the outside. Probably looking the best of those schoolgirl crews.
Yeah, it looks to be a battle between the Tux Openweights and the Tux Lighties. The Tux Lighties on the far side, just slightly higher, slightly more tappy. I think once they come in front, you'll be able to see they're really swing it on that back end, accelerate that handle all the way into the chest there. Not afraid there, but the girls on the near side, but they've got a slightly a little bit more powerful, a little bit more leg driven. Just looking to use that diesel engine, really look to send that boat and punch through that headwind. But the Lighties are giving as good as they've gone. They seem to be tapping it along nicely. But we're going to see that. But obviously top 3, so I think these crews will be bringing it down now and start saving for the final within the next couple of 100 meters. I think the big fight is going to be at the back there. We've got St Mary's on the far side. They look to have secured a spot. That trademark St Mary's swing. St Mary's girls not afraid to really accelerate and really sit back on that finish and accelerate that handle into the finish. A little bit tougher to pick it up around the front, especially in a heavy boat like this. But the St Mary's girls very good at accelerating. Also, St Mary's very close, considering that they're carrying an extra 55 kilos in their boat. They're in the coxed versus these 2 Tux boats in the coxless. I think the 2 Tux boats have kind of shut it down, and I think they're just going to hold position into the finish now. Our Holy Rosary are going to charge here to try and secure an automatic spot. St Mary's watching them all the way. And I think the line will come, and I think St Mary's will be able to shut it down now with 5 strokes to go. And Holy Rosary will have to wait for the timesheet.
Yeah, close racing there. Tux crews leading, as Mo said. You know, the Cox boats have got 50 kilos more and a couple of years less experience. But great to see this competition between the Cox 4s. Great racing girls, fantastic. That of course was one of 2 heats in this women's A coxed and coxless 4 semi-final, you could call it, because essentially you go through and then the next times. So it's a 2-heat event. And just looking at the second one, second heat is UJ Basson, St Andrews Moarumba. Then we've got Tucker, St Mary's McGregor, St Mary's Anderson, and Wits Morrison. So that is the second heat there of this women's coxed and coxless A division. That'll be followed by the Masters First Division doubles, and then we've got a break before we go to the final of the men's C, which we saw earlier today. Tuck's crew coming past, looking very slick and smooth. They had a great race in the Coxless 4. Andrew's coming past, obviously a Cox boat. St Mary's in a Cox 4. Lane 2 boat of theirs. Those are coming through. And then the Tux Coxless boat as well. Looking up towards the pumper, we've got that second heat coming through. UJ looking strong there in lane 1. That's obviously coxless. On the inside then we've got St Andrews girls looking strong as well. But Tux on the outside definitely ahead and probably leading this race. I would say that's Sky Tucker, Tali and Hannah Newman, the sisters, ex-St Mary's girls, Junior Worlds athletes, and then Chloe Creswell's in that boat as well. They're probably leading this one.
Yeah, definite St Mary's flavour in that Tux boat. You can see in that powerful swing as they come through the second half of the stroke, really focusing on accelerating that handle all the way in. But this race is looking to be much tighter. That UJ crew on the near side really starting to lift the tempo now. St Andrews also looking long, slightly lower. You'll see them if you train at VLC, you'll see St Andrews generally a slightly lower gear, but those St Andrews girls really, the big focus for them is accelerating the boat with every single stroke. But here comes UJ tapping it along. I think Coach Barry McNeese is going to be very happy with what he sees there. Here they seem to be moving on that Cox St Andrews crew. I think there's going to be some strong words exchanged with that UJ crew if they don't get through the St Andrews Cox 4 here. But here come the Tux crew, the two Newman sisters in the engine room of that boat, really accelerating it away now, and Tux striding out. Yeah, that Tux crew seems, the Tux crew seems to have shut it down. I think they're going to save it for the final. I think you're going to see a big performance from them. I think these two, the St Andrews and the St Mary's for absolutely taking each other to the line. It's going to be interesting to see what the recovery is going to be like for the final from those two crews. But that UJ crew just getting rode out at the end. And I think UJ just snuck that final spot in the final. But a great performance from that St Mary's crew in a Cox boat to hold that Coxless all the way to the line.
Great racing there by these girls and students, schoolgirls and students. Great finish there, and we've got the second St Mary's crew, Cox coming through as well. That's the Anderson boat coming through to the finish now. So that concludes the women's A coxed and coxless 4s. Great racing there by the students and schoolgirls. Fantastic to see. Pretty close, even between the coxed and coxless boats. So, as we said, a bit of cat and mouse because you're saving your tickets for the final if you've got some. So, you know, you're basically trying to qualify for the final and not spend more energy than you have to. So, that would have been the case here as well. So, we've got now the men's C final coming down. I'm going to have a look up and see who is coming down there. No, nonsense. Sorry, correction. It's the Masters First Division double. Apologies, guys. They're coming down. Looking at it from here, at this early stage, it looks to be the VLC Spence and Johnson crew looking quite good. On the outside, Tim Keegan and Nigel Bucker. Wow, this is close. So we've got these Spence, Bucker and Skinner crews neck and neck coming down. And not too far off is Skatemer crew on the Ravens outside. St Dunstan's Mantle also in there. So this is at this stage 5-horse race, I'd say, because Vikings are in this as well still. So this is pretty close racing at this level. Of course, Masters First Division. These are guys who have been rowing a long time and really know what they're doing. Spence and Johnson crew are just off Bucker and Keegan, who I would say are leading this race at this stage, but need to be wary of the boats on the inside. Johnson and Spence and Skinner on the inside, together with Philip da Costa there. They're probably currently in second. Big tussle between them and the Spence Johnson boat coming into the finish. Skinner lifting his rate. With da Costa laying down the wattage behind him. And they've all picked up their rates here. It's going to be a shootout between these three boats, lane 1, 2 and 3. Who wants it most? Very, very close. Kevin Spence lifting the rate, just eking out a half a boat length over Bucker. That now extending to a 3/4 boat length, so it's Johnson and Spence over Bucker and Keegan for that one, followed by Skinner and da Costa in third. Fantastic racing, gentlemen, there. Well done. Very, very close between those two VLC crews, as it always is. Yeah, great racing there, gentlemen. Also from the crews in the outside lanes, that's Old Dunstonians, the Vikings crew, and then Khalil Skatemer and Daryl Williams in the other VLC boat. Well done, gentlemen. Great to see. Of course, as I've mentioned before, with the Masters, it's all about the ages as well. So what you see on the water is not necessarily the points tally that comes through and the medal tallies, but yeah, guys looking good, looking strong for 2023 and for the Masters races to come. There's obviously the quad race still later today. That's going to be a humdinger as well. But great racing there by these gentlemen. A lot of them also veterans of numerous World Rowing Championships in Bled, Slovenia. You know, they have these championships every year, and a lot of our masters enter these races and have a really fantastic time and build up their skills and experience at these races. As often as they can afford to do that, obviously. Great racing there, gentlemen, well done. Next will be the men's C, but we've got a break now, according to my calendar. So we break now until 10:30, which is nice. Some fantastic racing this morning, excellent heats that we saw, yeah, we're in for some really good racing. The weather seems to be holding, the rain has held off. Let's hope it continues that way for the rest of the day, because we've been spoilt, and a lot of cat and mouse this morning, I think, in some of the you know, the boat classes, but that's great because we see some exciting racing. Let's give these Masters athletes a hand. Kevin Spence, Ian Johnson, fantastic race there to have won that. Essentially rowing away from the Bucker crew in the last couple of strokes. Well done. A lot of wattage in that boat at the finish. Well done, gents. And then, of course, my fellow Ravens, Philip da Costa, Brandon Skinner, in the mix there as usual. Philip laying down the wattage, Brandon making sure they're tapping it along. They had a pretty new combination. They've been rowing together for a year or two only, so I think watch that space. They're enjoying their rowing. They've got a new boat now, so things are going to get serious there as well. Enjoy the break, guys. Quick word of thanks to the officials again for your work in this morning's session. I think it was a lot easier than yesterday, I would guess. Not so much shepherding. I guess the alignment was a lot easier as well. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. As always, we appreciate the work you guys put in. It's sometimes a thankless task, hours and hours on the water trying to shepherd under 14s away from banks and reeds and extract tipped scullers and all of that. But we really appreciate the work you do. These under 14s have to start somewhere, and who knows, our next Olympians are somewhere in those boats. So we really appreciate it. Thank you for the work you do. Just a word to some of the newer rowing parents. If you are interested, and we as a rowing community could certainly use your help. If you're interested in becoming an official, just get in touch, or tap one of the officials you see around us here on the shoulder and ask them. They run training courses every season, recruiting new officials, and the guys have a lot of fun. They learn a lot about the sport. They get to see the kids rowing up close. They even, if they continue with that, they get to go to world championship events and represent us as officials further up the line, which is also fantastic to see. And we've had some really fantastic officials over the years who've gone on to official at Olympics and the like. So if you're interested in becoming an official, please come forward. We can always use more officials. Just to remind you of that. Enjoy the break. I'm going to take a break as well, and we'll chat to you a little bit later.
I'm not sure if you need to do my glasses.
She is always in my corner, right there when I want her. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm not even here on. They say, do you need me? Do you think I'm prepared? Who will make you feel like cheating? I'm like, not really close. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She calls like I'm not done. She grants my wishes like a genie in a bottle. Yeah, 'cause I'm the wizard of love, and I got the magic wand. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm not even their one. They say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Will it make you feel like cheating? I'm like, not really, cause I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She gives me love and affection.
Right, ladies and gents, the break is almost over. Unfortunately, the wind seems to be picking up. Let's see what the afternoon or the late morning session brings us. Just a reminder, as yesterday, Jeppy Boys Rowing Club are selling raffle tickets for a Sony PlayStation PS5. That's worth around 15,000 Rand. Comes with 2 controllers and Spider-Man and Miles Morales game. Raffles are 100 Rand each per ticket and available at the Jeppy supporter tent. Let's support Jeppy and let's win you a PS5, guys. So that's available, 100 Rand a ticket. Get down to that Jeppy supporters tent and buy yourself a ticket for that PS5. Of course, we start at 10:30 with the men's C final. We had the heats earlier today. I've written down the draw here for the final. Jeppy Root lane 1, Saints de Kock lane 2, Kes Marquetos lane 3, St Dunstan's Mears lane 4, St Stithians Rowlands lane 5, St Dunstan's Gruer lane 6, Jeppy Spanos lane 7, and St John's Freeman in lane 8. So that'll be the first race coming down, followed by the women's C pairs. Right, the final of the men's C sculls is coming down. They're coming past the pumper, and pretty even spread there, as you can imagine. Of course, the heats, the winners went through, and we've got then the next fastest guys coming through. Looking pretty even between lanes 1, 2, and 3. That's Jeppy Ruat, lane 1, St. de Kock, lane 2, and Kes Marketos in lane 3. They seem to be having a slight lead, but there could be that error parallax. Looking out across the water, St. Stithians Rowlands rowing strongly as well. And on his outside, the St. Dunstan Gruer boat. So let's have a look how that looks when they come down into the finish here. Wind has picked up a little bit, straight up the course, a headwind, which will be slowing them down a bit. Will have been bumpy at the start, smoother and smoother down to the finish. As you can see at the finish, it's virtually flat, so it gets better as they get closer to the finish. Jeppy Ruat looking very strong, but he's neck and neck with de Kock from Saints. These two are having a great tussle. And then I would say Kes Marketos is probably currently in 3rd place, but he's got St. Dunstan's Gruer on his outside, who's picking up his rate. So yeah, this is going to get exciting, guys. Close tussle here between Jeppy and St. Stithians. St. Stithians de Kock has said, right, he's laying it down, he's going to start lifting his rate and going. Jeppy Ruat has noticed that and is going for it as well now. King Edward's Marketos as well. Let's see, it's coming down to the line here. So Stithians just with a slight lead, slightly longer stroke in that St. Stithians boat. And it is in fact St. Stithians de Kock who wins that men's C gold medal. In 2nd place is Jeppy Ruat, and in 3rd place is King Edward's Marketos. Well done, guys. Fantastic race there. The rest of the field coming through now. St. Dunstan's, the 2 athletes from Saints, and then the other Jeppy row and the St. John's row out in lane 8. Fantastic race there for this men's C division final. Next race coming down is the women's C division pairs. I don't see them lined up yet. I'll let you know once that starts coming down. Right, coming down the course now, we've got the final of the women's C pairs. They are coming through the 600-meter mark. Holy Rosary Walsh in lane 1, St Andrews Sykes in lane 2, St Andrews Malloy in lane 3, and VLC Barada in lane 4. They seem to be pretty even at this stage, way beyond the compass. And after that, of course, we have the women's A doubles. Just a reminder who is in that: Tux Wesley, Holy Rosary Gomez, St. Stithians Cruz, Tux Pollock, St Andrews Harrison, St Mary's Morgans, Tux Gray, and St Mary's Brugman. Wind gusting a little bit now, actually from the northern side, so northerly crosswind that's suddenly picked up here, so we'll see how that affects these next races. So as we come into the basin here, it's the St Andrews girls cruise leading this race. That's St Andrews Malloy and St Andrews Sykes with Holy Rosary Walsh a little bit back from them. And then of course we've got VLC Barada just behind them. So this is the Sykes crew from St Andrews, Hannah Sykes and Angela Sebekulu. They're coming through here. They've got quite a massive lead here on the other boats. Malloy and Molapo are currently in second place, just keeping their eye on Barada and Bowles from VLC inside of them. And we've got the Holy Rosary Girls, Walsh and Pasha coming down in lane 1. Well done, St Andrews, Sykes and Sebekulu. They've won this Women's C Pairs final. Their crewmates coming in second place, Naledi Molloy and Mapapa Molapu. Well done. First and second there for St Andrews Girls Rowing Club. Third place going to VLC's Stephanie Barada and Nikki Giles. Looking up towards the start, we have, of course, the Women's A doubles final. It's going to be exciting. We saw those heats early this morning. I think it was the first event of the day. And conditions a little bit different now for these athletes. Again, as I said, a mix of student and national rowing representatives, scholars, so a nice mix. Let's see how that goes. We've got two St Mary's crews in there, St Andrews crew, a St Stithians crew, 3 crews from Tux, and of course the Holy Rosary Gomez crew in lane 2. They are coming down. They've got about 600 meters to go. We'll watch their progress with this headwind that has come up. It'll probably be a little bit different to the times this morning. We're going to quickly fit in some spot prizes. So the first one is Kieran Nunes. Kieran Nunes, you've won a spot prize. Liesel Smith, you've also won a spot prize. And then Constance Kawelenga, you've also won a spot prize. So it's 3 spot prizes: Kieran Nunes, Liesel Smith, and Constance Kawelenga. If you can come to the military tent behind the tower, you will can pick up your prize over there. Oh, at the medal tent, sorry. Yeah, at the medal tent. If you can just pick up ask for the medal tent behind the tower, and you can pick up your spot prizes there. Right, these women's A doubles are coming into the last 300-400 meters. Tux Wesley in the inside lane, RMB national squad athletes in those RMB national squad tri-suits, looking pretty smooth into this headwind. They are in second, a tussle between St Stithians, that's the Cruise crew of St Stithians, and then the St Andrews Harrison crew, also looking strong. So I'd say it's going to be between these 3. I would say this Tux Wesley crew has probably got this one in the bag, but a very close race between the next 2, being the St Andrews crew and it's St Stithians crew, so St Andrews Harrison and St Stithians crews. Tux coming through, looking strong. Catherine Williams in the stroke seat there. Boat racing by these 2. Right, in second place we have St Stithians. They've come through now. That is the Cruise crew, and in third place will be St Andrews, closely followed by Holy Rosary, the Gomez crew, with the Tux Pollard crew coming through then in fourth place. Well done, ladies. Definitely a slightly stronger headwind that's picked up here, so it'll be interesting to see how that has affected the times. Great racing there by these women's A doubles ladies. Catherine Williams, ex school name escaped me, so I'm sorry about that. Of course, let me get my notes out. Sorry, Catherine. Somerset College, of course, ex-Somerset College girl, now at Tux, went to Junior World Rowing in the single, Youth Olympics in the single, and of course got a bronze medal in the under-23 in the single scull, racing here this late morning in the double, looking very smooth and slick in that boat. The school crews coming back, rowing back to the jetties, looking up the course. We have the women's B sculls, first heat. St Andrews Taylor, lane 1, UJ Nivot, lane 2, Bitcut, lane 3, St Mary Squamanda, lane 5, St Mary's Impey, lane 7, Holy Rosary Thurville, in lane 8, St Stithians Ward is scratched and St Stithians Coast has been scratched. They're coming past the pump house now, and I'll give you an update on that shortly. The girls from the women's B coming into the basin, UJ Nivot. Looks like she's having a close race. That's Kaylee Nivot from UJ having a close race with Lauren Taylor from St Andrews in lane 1. And the outside, the two St Mary's girls, Gramanda and Impey. They are also still in this, but a little bit back. I would say Kaylee Nivot from UJ just controlling this race from the front. Lauren Taylor just looking around, checking where Nivot is, see if she's got something left in the legs to mount a challenge. Excuse me. The two St Mary's girls having a good tussle amongst themselves for the bronze. Sorry, of course it's a heat, so this is for positions in the final. Nonetheless, Kaylee Nivot coming down, she's got a couple of strokes left. Lauren Taylor's giving it to her, she's coming at her, but she will still finish with Clearwater lead over Lauren Taylor, with Kaylee Nivot. And in third place, I think will be Zerk Wamanda from St. Mary's. She's coming through in third with her crewmate MMP on the outside will come through in fourth place. And her outside then is Ashley Thirlwell from Holy Rosary, still coming down. And then we've got the Witcut crew coming through. That's Daisy Witcut in lane 3 coming through. The next heat is just coming up to the pumper now. That's Holy Rosary Hoff in lane 1, St. Mary's Chocho in lane 2, Durban Abbenroth in lane 3, St. Andrews Stroud lane 4, UJ Basu in lane 5, St. Andrews Dick in lane 6, St. Stithians Kwalelenga in lane 7, and Holy Rosary Rutger in lane 8. Looking through the binoculars at the second heat, I would say it's UJ Basui who's come through. She seems to be dominating this race. She's got St. Andrews Stroud on her inside, who's probably her closest contender. Correction. Holy Rosary Rutger on her outside looking strong. I think that's Holy Rosary. Yes, it is. Apologies, the light's not that good, and got to raise these binoculars to make sure. But Rutger looking strong there. In fact, probably level with the UJ athlete at this stage. Let's see how this one pans out. Who's got the legs and who's going to come in stronger at the finish here. At the moment, it looks like Hannah Rutger from Holy Rosary, who's just got a lead on Patsesana Pasu of UJ. That could change coming into the bottom end of this second heat. We'll follow that closely. Hannah Rutger looking good out there. Still rowing strongly, smoothly. But Patsesana Pasu has not given up her quest to catch up with the Holy Rosary schoolgirl. She's lifted her right now and is coming at her, but I think she's going to run out of track. So it will be Hannah Rutger from Holy Rosary who's going to come through and win this Women's B Skull Heat by a boat length and a half, 2 lap boat lengths maybe, from UJ Patsesana Pasu in second place, and in third place will be St. Andrews Caitlin Stroud. She comes through in third, so she should comfortably also qualify for the final. Coming through now in fourth place, is Donna Dick from St. Andrews, and then on the inside we've got Holy Rosary Hoff coming in to finish her race. And then we have St. Stithians Kwalelenga finishing as well, and also another Durban Rowing Club athlete here in lane 3, Amy Abbenroth. She's coming through to finish her heat as well. That's the second heat of the Women's B Sculls. The third heat, I'm going to just give you the rundown. It's from the Eastern Cape, Leander Rowing Club, Lindsay van Aert, lane 1. Tegan Cressel from St. Stithians, lane 2. Catherine Harvey, VLC, lane 3. Sophia Gabaya from St. Mary's, lane 4. Mahum Masangu from UJ, lane 5. Van Deventer Wits, lane 6. Jessica Saltis from St. Andrews, lane 7. And Nicola McDonald from Holy Rosary in lane 8. They are still up at the start. I don't think they've quite started yet. So So I'll let you know how that goes. Of course, after that, we then have the first heat of the men's B, coxed and coxless quads. UJ in there, I guess that's coxless. Soweto, also coxless, I'm guessing. St. Benedict's looks coxless as well. In fact, they're all coxless. Jeppy, St. Albans, I've got 2 boats in that heat. So looking forward to that as well. That's then followed by Master 2nd Division Skulls heats. Finals. We'll update you on those a little bit later. This wind's definitely pushing through from the north a little bit. So it's turned, coming from the northeast. So across the rowers' right shoulders. Sitting here at the finish, you wouldn't think much has changed because the water's pretty flat. But I can feel the breeze coming through the tower here, and it's definitely a northeasterly breeze. So the outside lanes 6, 7 and 8 will be slightly compromised in that event, especially coming past the pumper here. There's a huge gully up to the jetty, so there's sort of gusts down there. That's often the prevalent wind here at VLC. So let's see how that goes in the next few races and what effect that will have. We're still running nicely on time, so that's good. Hopefully we can get this third heat away for the women's B skulls shortly. Right, this third heat of the women's B skulls is coming down pretty even from where I'm sitting. We'll wait for them to get a bit closer in this dull light before I make any predictions. More often than not incorrect, so let's see. But I think lane 3 looking strong here as they come up to the pumper. As they come past there with this northeasterly wind, they're going to get sort of a gust which will affect them slightly, and then as they come into the basin here, of course, it's nice and flat and the wind drops away and they can give it horns. Inside lane looking pretty good at this stage. That's Van Aert from Leander all the way from East London. Lindsay Van Aert looking strong there in lane 1. tough to say who's in second. Out there, Holy Rosary, Nicola McDonald looking good on the outside lane. And then I would say possibly that VLC Harvey. Yes, I think so. Or is it Crystal? No, it's not. It's Harvey. So I think it's those three at this stage. They're coming into the bottom end of this third heat, looking good. Let's see, of course, the East London athlete might suck some gas here in the end because of the altitude that we had. Let's see if she's managed her race correctly and still has got something in the tank to hold off VLC and Holy Rosary. We'll see how that pans out here, but she's looking very strong, picking up her rate now as we come into the finish here, controlling this race quite nicely. Looks like quite a tall athlete from here, rowing strongly into this flat water. On the outside, Nicola McDonald hasn't given up yet, still got the bit between her teeth and giving it a go. In fact, this is going to be a close one, guys. Watch this one. Nicola rating slightly lower, but getting more run on her boat, and she's going to win this by a canvas over the athlete from Leander, Lindsay from Art. Well done there. In third place was Catherine Harvey from VLC. Nice to see the Leander athletes up here in Joburg. Maybe a bit of oxygen lack in the last few strokes there, not sure. But Holy Rosary obviously on home water here. Although the senior athletes obviously train at Ridderplaat when possible with the wheat condition there. But this is a little bit their backyard, and you know, in this 1,000-meter robot racing on the East Rand, it's their backyard. So close racing again. We've seen some fantastic races this morning. Conditions still good, a little bit of a northeast wind. So that was the third heat. We now come up to the men's B coxed and coxless fours. Again, as we've had the whole day, we've got a mixture of clubs, universities, schoolboys. Fantastic to see all these athletes competing with each other again after you know, years literally of non-competition. So we've got Jeppy Jarvis in there, St Albans, Dan Hoer, St Albans Burger. Then we've got St Benedict's Bastos, I think. Someone's written here he's an under 15. That's impressive. Excuse my if it's wrong, Bukle. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You won't hear me because you're up at the start. And then UJ Hool, James Hool, stroking that boat in lane 1. So we'll see how those schoolboys fare shortly. I'll give you an update when I can see them having started. As I've said, we can only see the outside lane, so I'll let you know. Let's give these mixture of scholars and students a round of applause. Well done, ladies, in that third heat. Obviously, the top athletes then going through with the next fastest as well, so top 2 going through. Well done, guys. Good racing.
I walked into the party. I seen some I never saw. Everybody was moving, grooving, girls. They were dancing on the bar. Now this is no ordinary dance. Hey man, why does everybody swimming in a trance? I couldn't figure it out like you ran Paul's rhythm. I'm guessing what they doing and they say that you say
Right, so we've got the men's B, coxed and coxless 4 coming down. They've just come past the pumper, out of the gloom, so to speak, and we've got a UJ crew that I see through the bios. Yes, it is. So we've got the UJ crew looking really strong, coming into the space in here. The Jeppy crew as well, looking strong. St. Benedict's in there, and then on the outside we've got St. Albans, of course. So it's going to come down to the Y here. UJ, the Wiley students, of course, their home water here as well, looking strong. Let's see how this pans out. Jeppy crew looking very good there, keeping the UJ students honest here through the last 100 meters. Jeppy rowing well. Of course, they are coxed, remember, where UJ are not coxed, so they've got at least 55 kilos extra in that Jeppy boat, and they're schoolboys, so well done to them. Well done to UJ, that coxless squad, for winning that. Second place, Jeppy, coxed, and then St. Benedict's. And then we got St. Albans coming through there in 4th place. Here on the inside, we've got the Soweto crew. They're coming through in 5th place. Soweto, one of the development clubs. Great to see them racing again. Good finish there. Well done, Soweto. And then we have the second crew from St. Albans coming through. I'm going to hand over at this point to Mr. Sean Kerr, who needs no introduction, President of ROSA, Rowing South Africa. A lot of people refer to him as the voice of rowing. Sean, how many years have you been commentating for?
Commentating probably close on 15 years, yeah.
Impressive. Sean, yeah, a veteran of not only commentating, he's been around a long time. Loves watching the rowing, loves the school, the quads, the 1,000-meter racing especially, and Sean, we're in for some exciting racing. We had some great heats this morning. The school boys giving it to the Tux guys and to this motley squad that have made it through, with Carl Scumby in the boat and some other guys who've put together a crew, so it'll be interesting to see that one. Enjoy the afternoon, and if you need a hand, just shout. I'll run across and help you when needed. Speak to you soon.
Thanks, Bernd. That's a great handover. We move into the, just find my place, the second heat of the men's B quads. Lining up should be St. John's, Selborne, St. Albans, Germiston, St. Benedict's and Jeppy, but just waiting for them. In fact, they are almost visible to us through the pump. Looks like the St Albans crew in the middle of the course, alongside Selborne, if they're correctly in their lanes. So St Albans still moving very well. That's St Albans house, and then looks like not quite everybody in their correct lanes. It looks like a Jeppy crew. Yeah, my apologies. The Germiston crew are through the rest of the field. They were alongside St Albans as they were coming up through the pumper, but a big push here from Germiston, who lead this second heat of the men's B quads. So Germiston now clear water ahead of St Albans, who in turn have probably a length, or just on a length, on St Benedict's out on the far side. The crew moving very quickly on the inside as well. That's Selborne. Selborne starting to put some pressure on the St Albans crew now on the inside here. But it is the Germiston crew with clear water between themselves and the rest of the field. This is the second heat of the men's B quads. 2 heats in this event. So these crews would be looking to go through tight now between Selborne and St Benedict's in the middle of the course. Quite clear up front here. It is Germiston High School. Clear water as they cross the line. Well clear of the rest of the field. Ahead then of St Albans House, who in turn have clear water over the Selborne crew coming in third, with St Benedict's in fourth. JP and St John's finishing it up in that heat. So we go up to the start then of the Masters Second Division Single Sculls. Great to see some of the names popping up on this. There are 2 heats in this event. If I'm allowed to say, the first heat is slightly younger competitors. Only slightly, ranging between the ages of 50 and 55. The second heat ranging between 57 and 72, so that gives you some indication of the age range between the heats 1 and 2. The lineup here for the first heat: VLC, Abrosi, Oldeds, Price, Hilton, Steenkamp, Wemmer, Zuno, Vikings, Kleinhans, Old Dunstonians, Craig, and Ravens da Costa. Conditions nice and calm here at the finish. A little tricky up at the start. I was just battling a little bit to align. First heat of the Masters Second Division Singles on its way down the course, having completed about 100 meters so far. as the first heat gets a little closer. Looks like the Wemerpan sculler in the middle of the Ravens da Costa out on the far side as well, now lying probably in second place. And then on the near side, Old Edwardian's Price. Those are your top three boats. Apologies as they get a little closer. It's actually Ernie Steenkamp of Hilton leading at the moment. These guys well clear of the, well spaced through the rest of the field. So Hilton College, or Hilton Steenkamp ahead of Ravens da Costa, very closely followed by the Old Ed's Price here on the inside. Your top three boats coming through in the Masters Second Division Singles. Yeah, younger scullers in this, if we can call them that, younger scullers in this first heat. Gave you that age range earlier, 50 to 55 across the field. So a comfortable win there for Steenkamp of Hilton. Ravens da Costa will have second heat coming down, or just about. Old Ed's Lodge. Vikings Hunt and Viking Dreyer. So ranges here between 57 and 72, so quite spread out in the second heat. Good representation here from Wemerpan and Vikings. So that second heat having just got underway. 7 scullers across the course, if they're all there. Lots of competition out on the far side between the four Viking scullers. That's Ingram, Meyer, Hunt and Dreyer. Just given the wind direction today, quite sheltered here around the finish. Certainly favouring the inside lanes 1, 2 and 3, just from a wind direction perspective. But still quite tricky up at the start, it looks like. Crews just being blown around a little bit as they line up. These scullers are all in their correct lanes. It looks like the Vikings Ingram in lane 4 leading the charge here in the second heat. Actually, someone's just popped out behind the pump house, and that's Old Dunstonian's Lodge. So a difficult course to read from a commentary point until you see lanes 1 and 2 come through. And it is Old Dunstonian's Lodge now actually leading this second heat of the Masters Second Division Singles, followed by Vikings Ingram. And then inside of that looks like Wemmer Bentley. Your top 3 scullers at the moment. Not too far behind is the second sculler, that's Wemmer Bradley. Lots could still happen in the last 400 meters, 500 meters of this second heat of the men's or the Masters Second Division Singles. But it is Lodge of Old Dunstonians who leads quite convincingly here in the second heat. Followed by Ingram. And then the 2 Wemmerpan scullers, Bradley and Bentley. So a comfortable one here for Old Dunstonians crossing the line. That's Old Dunstonians Lodge. No changes to the sequence as they come through into the last 50 to 100 meters. In fact, the Viking sculler is actually Viking Mayer. Seems to have crossed over a few lanes. Followed by Wemmer Bentley and Wemmer Bradley. Those are your top 4 boats. The problem with the Wemmer Pan sculler, but enough to keep him in 4th place. So no final for the event. These scullers will be handicapped according to the Masters handicapping system, which is works on age. So most of these scullers having to race against the clock. And oldest sculler crossing the line there on the far side. for one of our oldest colours, it's Vikings Hunt. And we move over the page, event or race number 115 on your programs. It is the men's B coxed and coxless fours. Fitz Bakuya, UJ Riemann, St. John's Gaba, St. Benedict's Freeman, Durban, Landman, Selborne, Risto. And I'm sure Brand already mentioned earlier, but great to see. This is a national sprint event, so great to see provinces represented from the Eastern Cape and of course KwaZulu-Natal. Great to have everybody up here at the National Sprint Regatta for 2022. 961 athletes, 30 clubs. 16 of those clubs are schools, 5 universities and 9 masters clubs. Those fours are underway. They've probably completed about 250 meters of this of their race. 2 heats in this event. Difficult to tell while they're all spread out. It does look like St. Benedict's Freeman in the middle of the course. And the crew on the inside of them looks like the St. John's crew. St. Benedict's just dropping back slightly now. St. John's and UJ coming through quite strongly. Wits tucked in behind that, as are St. Benedict's. Durban in the white tri-suits and Selborne then out on the far side. But as they come towards us into the almost into the enclosure, big push now from the Wits crew. Big push here from the Wits crew as they come up into the enclosure. They've now almost put themselves up front. You see just one of the crews battling with their steering a little bit. Looks like the St. John's crew. So Wits now comfortably up into that second place position. UJ having to work hard to hold off the challenge from Wits. Still a length in it between UJ, in fact more than a length in it between UJ and Wits. St. John's now having found their steering again, putting pressure back on Wits. Big push here from Wits as they come up into the last 50 meters. Then out on the far side. So, comfortable win there for UJ, and then Wits looked like this push has paid off. We'll be very, very close here between St. John's and Wits as they cross the line. Wits just pipping St. John's on the line and they're not sure. Selborne in lane 6. And behind that, we've got a couple of extra boats that aren't on my program. Coming through, then Durban. It looks like a late entry from St. Stithians then, out on the far side. Second heat, the lineup: Tux, Chabalala, St. Stithians, Hudson, Selborne, Rawlins, King Edward's, Horworth, UJ Bryce, and St. Benedict's Bastos. Those crews already having completed about 250 meters of this race. Always so tempting to call the crews out on the far side because they pop out from behind the pump house first. But it does look like the crews in the middle. Looks like a Selborne crew. In fact, it is a Selborne crew moving very well in the middle of the course. Then out on the far side, St Benedict's Bastos and the UJ crew. Crew in lane 1 moving well. I can't quite see them yet as they pop out from behind the pumper. The Tux boat actually moving very well up there, challenging Selborne now for that front position. So top 3 boats, as I can now see them all, appear to be Selborne, Tux and UJ out on the far side. Those are your top 3 boats with about 500 meters to go. So Tux moving very well up inside of the course. That Selborne crew got off to a flying start and have just been hauled in a little bit by the 2 university crews. Tux on the near side, UJ out on the far side. These 3 boats comfortably though ahead of the rest of the field. Selborne putting in a big push now in the middle here. May still challenge UJ for that second spot. Tux pretty much leading it up front here. The UJ have just taken the rate up significantly. So still no changes here. It is Tux, UJ, Selborne. Selborne boat is coxed. Let's not forget that. So that's a good performance there from the Selborne boat. 2 coxless boats, followed by Selborne, which is a coxed boat. So as Burns mentioned earlier, these guys carrying an extra 55 kilos at least. Big tussle here then at the back of the field between St Benedict's and St Stithians. Looks like St Stithians may just come through on the line here. Yeah, just ahead of St Benedict's. As we look up to the start again for the next race. Oh, one of the biggest events on the program, men's A doubles. Full field here, UJ Bale Smith, St Albans Ward, St Dunstan's Hill. Then a combination crew between UJ and Tux. St Albans Batulis, St Albans Puerto Wits, Patrizi and Germiston Scosano. So this should be a pretty good event. Men's A doubles making its way down the course. Look like they've just got underway. They're probably still within the first 100 meters. So very little to tell here. The men's A double sculls. St Dunstan's Hill moving very well in the middle of the course, as is the first two doubles, which is UJ Bale Smith and St Albans Ward. Such a difficult course to read here at VLC. Still calling the two St Albans boats in lanes 1 and the two boats in lanes 1 and 2 as leading. UJ Bale Smith and St Albans Ward. Those are the top two boats for me at the moment. Then out on the far side, UJ boat moving very well. That's UJ Bryce. Probably sitting in that third spot at the moment, just ahead of St Benedict's Bastos. Beg your pardon, it's not St Benedict's Bastos, it's a St Albans boat, it's a St Albans Petulus boat. But up front here, it is UJ Bale Smith. And then it's a race to the line between St Albans Ward, St Dunstan's Hill, the Petulus crew just falling off the pack a little bit here in the last couple of 100 metres. Close race on for second place. Bale Smith crosses the line well clear of the rest of the field. Then St Albans Ward. Ahead of the combination boat UJ Tux. The Petulus crew just finishing there in fourth place. So next race up is the men's C8. This one could take a while to line up given the wind and the large boats up at the start. And while we wait for that, just a reminder to visit the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2023 stand. You can visit them for many reasons actually. You can visit them to sign up for a Learn to Row program. Certainly looking for a lot of our alumni to get back in our boats. We've set ourselves a target in South Africa of 600 local entries, which means we pretty much have to double the number of masters rowing at this regatta today. So certainly looking to capitalize on our alumni and the fact that the regatta is happening in South Africa in September of 2023. So getting back into a boat or signing up for a Learn to Row program. You can also go and find out what volunteer positions will be available during that 2023 week, and if you're interested in volunteering at that event, certainly is a fun event to be a volunteer at. And it is a world rowing event, so certainly from a credential perspective, a significant regatta. You can also show your support at the World Rowing Masters Regatta stand by buying a World Rowing Masters pin to help raise funds and make sure that we host a world-class regatta. Then some exciting news that has come through this week, in fact it came through the week before, but was announced this week, is our partnership with the Gauteng Tourism in the Gauteng province. They've certainly come on board in a big way to support this regatta. They see the benefits of the economic development that could take place in and around the Roodeplaat area, and as a result have come on fully on board as partners for the World Masters 2023 Regatta. So big up to Gauteng Province, and particularly the Department of Tourism, who have very graciously come on board and offered to assist with the organisation and funding to a large extent of the regatta in 2023. Still waiting for those eights to line up. Regatta running on time. St. John's, UJ, Soweto, King Edward's, St. Benedict's and Jeppe. This is the men's C8s. So the course just getting a little hazy as the wind starts to pick up. Quite a significant headwind blowing on the course at the moment. Men's C8s coming towards us. Looks like the UJ crew leading at the moment. Very closely tucked in behind them though are St. John's and King Edward's out on the far side. Then we also have St. Benedict's moving quite quickly. In fact, that St. Benedict's boat on the far side really has put in a big push here through the middle 500 of this 1,000-meter race. And I think are now right up alongside the St. John's boat. UJ have slipped back a little bit, so St. John's have taken that almost half a length in the last 400 meters, but St. Benedict's moving very well out on the far side. Gonzalez. So a good performance here from St. John's. They've done a lot in the second 500 here to take almost a length away from UJ, but up front it is St. Benedict's both Clearwater. Also a very good second 500 from the St. Benedict's crew. Well clear of the rest of the field. St. John's in turn have 3/4 of a length Clearwater ahead of UJ, and it'll be very, very close here for fourth between King Edward's, who will just take it ahead of the JP crew out on the far side, followed by the second St. Benedict's crew. Just an announcement on a vehicle, a white Subaru Forester, registration JH31ZNGP. That is a white Subaru Forester. Your alarm is going off. You may want to go and have a look. JH31ZN, a white Subaru Forester. Races coming down in quick succession, keeping this regatta running on time. It is the final of the women's A coxless pair. Making it through into this final, Tux Elves, Tux Newman, St. Mary's, Tux Holy Rosary, Tux and St. Mary's. The two Tux crews in lanes 1 and 2 leading the field at the moment. This is the final, so these ladies came through a heat earlier this morning. Tux Newman, from here I will call it that they lead at the moment ahead of Tux Elves, followed by the St. Mary's crew. However, being challenged by the, looks like the Tux crew in lane 5 for that third spot. But up front, no changes here. Just being very careful with their steering, these coxless pairs. Tux Newman and Tux Elves. Field closing in a little bit on St Mary's there in third place. St Mary's still have that third place position. In fact, the whole field narrowing now on the Tux boat that's sitting second. I think that St Mary's boat could come through the Tux boat with about 20 strokes to go. Let's see what happens. But Tux Newman up here in front, moving very well. Good response there from the Tux Elves boat. Certainly not going to let it go. Or certainly not going to let the silver medal go today. So no changes up front. Tux Newman across the line, ahead of Tux Elves, who only have just 3/4 of a length on St Mary's as they cross. Followed by two Tux crews, three Tux crews, Holy Rosary and a second St Mary's boat. Looking for a JP affiliate. Mario seems to have gone missing, selling raffle tickets earlier. If you could just report back to the JP tent. Mario, or if anyone has seen Mario, can send him back to the JP tent. Hopefully he's done a great job selling raffle tickets, which is why he's been so busy. But if you do come across little 11-year-old Mario, he needs to go back to the JP tent. Great to see how efficiently the races are coming down the course. Race number 120 on your program. 4 boats here: Germiston, Assumption, St Andrews and Assumption Old Girls. And if they are in the correct order, it looks like the Assumption Old Girls out on the far side, moving very well in the early stages of this race. And then Assumption in the middle of the course. So Assumption racing the Assumption Old Girls with St Andrews tucked in between them. Those are your top 3 boats at the moment. Germiston High School just falling off the pack a little bit. Quite spread out, but it is certainly the Assumption Old Girls out on the far side, leading at the moment. St Andrews have put in a big effort since the here in the second 500 meters, now challenging Assumption for that second spot. But the Old Girls out on the far side. Easily led from start to finish.
Just outside by the RMB and yeah, just outside that there is
St Andrews now through the Assumption boats here in the middle of the course, but Assumption Old Girls cross the line well clear of the rest of the field. St Andrews now have clear water on the Assumption boat. In these, the concluding stages, the women's C, quartz and Well, these are all coxed quads. Then 3 heats, I think, of men's B doubles towards us. Good to see a big field of the men's B double. Up in the first heat, St Stithians, Selborne, Hilton, UJ, Germiston High School and St Albans. That race just about ready to go. The first of the 3 doubles heats, probably gone through about 300 meters. Difficult to call at the moment until we see the rest of the boats pop out from behind the pump house. College, Emmett Crew, the early stages, so just gone through the 500 meter mark, in fact further than the 500 meter mark already, and it is Hilton College. Starting to move away from the field now as well as the crew from Hilton in lane 3. As they get a little closer, it is still Hilton College very comfortably leading the first heat. Followed by a looks like the St. Stithians double, the UJ double, and then the Germiston double in a race off for that second and third spot. UJ starting to move and just move themselves out of that bunch a little bit. St. Stithians moving very well here on the inside. St. Stithians the cock, as are Germiston out on the far side. Very little to tell between the Germiston and the St. Stithians crew. In fact, I do think that the St. Stithians crew lead or are in that third spot at the moment, but up front here it is Hilton College followed by UJ. So no change there, Hilton College, UJ and St. Stithians. Great performances there from those double skulls as we wait for the second heat to set off. Just a slight delay in getting the second heat off. Remember, 3 heats here in the men's B doubles, I beg your pardon. Lightweight men who need to weigh in for their event, please, this is a reminder that you need to weigh in. I'm not exactly sure where the scales is, but I'm sure you do. You now need to weigh in, please, for your event. That is the lightweight men who need to weigh in. So the lineup for the second heat of the men's B double sculls is VLC, Soweto, St. Albans, Germiston High School, Selborne and Hilton College. Still don't see any activity up at the start in terms of having set off. Although the umpire's flag is out, so we should just be ready to go. And they go. Red flag's just dropped. Second heat of the men's B double sculls. Second heat almost into the enclosure now. Germiston High School and St Albans lead the second heat. My apologies. Oh. So still St Albans and Germiston High School up in the front here, although being big chase out of the far side from the Hilton College boat. It's Hilton College Thompson in lane 6. Big chase from Hilton now. Germiston and St Albans will have to work hard to hold that off. Look at the rates differences. Big rate push there from the Hilton College boat out on the far side, and I think they are now through Germiston High School. Although Germiston High School now responding. St Albans certainly have this wrapped up. A length in it now for them. Germiston responded well to the challenge from the Hilton boat and just to hang on to that second spot by half a length. Followed by VLC Soweto. And Selborne. So back up again for the third and final heat of the men's B double sculls. UJ Bonface, St Dunstan Rustakis, Rhodes Godfrey, St Stilians Road, St Albans Nunn, and St Albans Danoa. Just about ready to go as well. Red flag is up and go. UJ Bontes, followed by St Dunstan's, are the two crews leading the third heat of the men's speed double sculls. Then tucked in behind them, Rhodes. St Stithians up there as well, and then there's a boat out on the far side. Looks like it's definitely one of the St Albans boats, although battling with their steering. They were moving really well, but now with that steering issue has put them a little bit further back. So our top four boats at the moment: UJ Bontes, St Dunstan's Mustakas, Rhodes just slipping out the back a little bit, and in third place St Stithians Rollins. We'll watch that boat on the far side. Despite their steering problems, still moving quite quickly. That's one of the St Albans boats. Very tight race up front here though, between the St Dunstan's crew and the UJ crew. Into the enclosure they come. Leading at the moment is the St Dunstan's boat. Getting through the water a lot quicker is that St Dunstan's boat. And again, that crew out on the far side who battled with their steering. It is a St Albans boat. Could come up and challenge St Stithians for that third spot. But up front here, it is good performance here from St Dunstan's for the lane 2 on their bow in first place, well clear of the field in the end. Nearly 3 lengths in it as they cross the line ahead of UJ, who have in turn the St Albans boat coming through into that third spot. Battled with their steering a little bit, but that is St Albans none. And good performance there from them. So that concludes the 3 heats of the men's B double sculls. Lots of Masters rowing on the program today. We move into the Masters First Division quads. Bound to be a great race, although average ages ranging between 36 and 50. VLC Bucker, VLC Spence, Vikings Craig, and Old Duntonians Lodge. So the lightweight men in race 129, it is the race after lunch. You are still waiting for a significant number of you to weigh in. The scale is at Control Commission, so please get yourselves along there and weigh in. It is the first race after lunch, but you need to be weighing in pretty much now. In fact, you're already late. You should already have weighed in. Trying to get numbers of who hasn't weighed in yet, but it does sound like a significant number still need to weigh in. My apologies while I was calling that. These quads are right on top of us. And it is the VLC crew in lane 1. Crossing ahead of the Vikings Craig crew. Followed by the second VLC crew Spence. for the Old Dunstonians in 4th place. Good racing here from these respective quads. They'll be handicapped as well, given the average ages of the crews. And move from there. So Regatta still running on time. We now wait for the start of the Masters first and second division women's single sculls. VLC Johnston, VLC Bravelli, Durban Abram and Leander van Aert. Great to see a women's master sculler from Leander. The resident club down at the Buffalo River. Speaking of Buffalo River and Regatta, certainly all looking forward to getting down to East London to be able to race on the Buffalo River. Good 2,000 meter racing for the under 16s in the Opens, and obviously all the senior men, well rather senior A and B men. Great regatta to get yourselves down to if you haven't already made plans. Great to see the Eastern Cape supporting regattas up here in Gauteng, and expect to see the reciprocity from the Gauteng crews supporting regattas down in the Western Cape, in the Eastern Cape. So women's sculls just about to line up. Can't see any singles on the actual start at the moment. So a couple of minutes away from the start of the Masters first and second division single sculls for women. So the women's scullers has got off to a start. Conditions not looking great up at the start there at the moment, with the wind just picking up. At the moment can only see 2 of the 4 scullers. Not sure if all 4 scullers got off the start of race 125. Three scullers I can see. Does look like the VLC Johnson crew on the near side moving very, very well. Sam Johnson. Through the pumper, it is the sculler from Leander van Aert who leads the field at the moment. Although tucked in right behind her is the VLC sculler. One of the VLC scullers not making the start, so it's difficult to tell you which VLC sculler that is. It does look like Johnson. And Hilary Graham from Durban, also just tucked in there, significantly older than the rest of the field, so may have a handicapped advantage. But interesting to see here up front, it is Van Aert of Leander leading the women's Masters first and second division single sculls. Race behind that should be lining up, only 3 boats. It is the first heat of 2 of the women's B coxless pair. That should be lining up at the moment. But in front of us we have Leander van Aert leading VLC Johnson. Great performance from Leander up here at the VLC Sprint, the National Sprint Regatta here in South Africa. Good racing from Sam Johnson here in the boat closest to us. Found some boat speed here in the last couple of 100 meters. In fact, I think her boat speed at the moment is quicker than the Leander boat, but probably hasn't done it early enough and will leave just a length in it, just over a length actually, as they cross the line. Leander ahead of VLC, followed by Hilary Graham of Durban Rowing Club. Hilary having represented South Africa on numerous occasions at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. So 2 pairs races to come up just before the lunch break, or rather the officials break. Not sure if that also equates to a lunch break. So we should only have 3 pairs coming towards us at the moment, and I see all 3 on the course. St Andrews Portgieter, Tux MacGyver and St Mary Jean. These 3 crews very well spread out, but the crew in the middle, Tux MacGyver leading at the moment. St Mary's just battling with their steering a little bit. Probably not on the water they wanted to be in. St Andrews Portgieter, good course from them. Nice and close here on the protected bank. No real change to the order here as they come up into the enclosure. It is still Tux MacGyver who lead the St Andrews Portgieter boat, who in turn followed by St Mary's out on the far side. See St Mary's just battling in the conditions a little bit. Although with them just spread out, St Mary's I think now starting to put the challenge on for that second spot. St Andrews will have to work hard, although much better in the steering here, St Andrews. St Mary's certainly have found some speed here, but still battling with their steering. I think that will cost them the second spot. Up front here though, it is Tux MacGyver, crosses the line. First in the first heat. There's 2 heats on this event. As they get a little closer to the line, let's see what's happened with the steering and let's see who's got the last bit of effort. Looks like it will be St Mary's in the end by not even a length. 3/4 of a length, and it's tough race there for St Mary's with the second heat already at the pump house. This time also being led, or rather being led by, looks like St Mary's crew. No, we took that, yeah, St Mary's Clark. In lane 1. Followed by St Andrews and then a second St Mary's crew out on the far side. Looks like a no-show from Tux. So again, 3 boats in this heat, the second of 2 heats of the junior women's, I beg your pardon, the women's B coxless pair. St Mary's Clark comfortably leading the second heat. We see St Andrews just battling with their steering a little bit. That's St Andrews Mathiba. With St Mary's Low out on the far side. Again, that crew on the far side, difficult to call on this course. Big push coming in from them now as well. They might be through the St Andrews crew, so it might be a 1-2 here for St Mary's. two St Mary's boats now just pulling away from St Andrews. Again, the crew out on the far side putting in a big push in the latter stages of this race. Crowd on the far side putting in a big push. I don't think it's enough to take out the lead here from lane 1. Always a difficult course to read on, but as they come up to the line, very, very close. Bit more boat speed here in lane 1 as they cross the line. Less than a length in it. The two St Mary's crews, 3/4 of a length. So that takes us to the official break. Approximately half an hour break. First race due off after the break is at 1:15. Please do not be late. It is the lightweight men's single sculls. Hopefully by now everybody has weighed in. And we will see you all back here for great afternoon's racing from 1:15. So while you enjoy your lunch, the final 4 spot prizes of the weekend winners have just been drawn. Some of you didn't really leave surnames, so it makes it a little difficult. I will read your first name and the last 4 digits of your cell phone number. That might help. Hopefully you know the last 4 digits of your own cell phone number. The first one is to a Jamie. We couldn't make out if it was a Taylor or Tenor, and the last 4 digits of your cell number are 1422. Then a Dion. You didn't leave us a surname either, and the last 4 digits of your cell phone number are 6393. Third prize of the 4 last spot prizes is Kerry Christie. Thank you for writing neatly. Don't need to give you your the last 4 digits of yours. And then Maureen Mojaje. Last 4 digits 8108. You're the winner of the final of the last 4 spot prizes here at the VLC Sprint Regatta for 2022. I'll give you those names again. Jamie, and your cell phone number ends 1422. Dion, your cell phone number ends 6393. Kerry Christie and Maureen Mojaje. And if we haven't got the pronunciation right, Maureen, your cell phone number ends in 8108. You can collect these at the medal table. They will be available there to collect, and we'll announce a little more through the day, but I'm sure the regatta organizers will also try and get hold of you via your cell phone.
So this one is on channel 2.
So just about ready to go with the first race after lunch. It is the final of the men's lightweight single sculls. Durban Kennard, Germiston Skosana, St Albans Girdlestone, Tux Ferro, Wits Patrici, Fitz Westman and UJ Bellinger. That is the lineup. A scratch in lane 4 from St Dunstan's. So we should have 7 boats lining up for the final of the lightweight men's single. Mobile phone has been handed in to me at the commentary point. If you have lost your mobile phone, it is an Apple. It has a boxer as a screensaver. You should be able to identify it from that. Your service provider is MTN. If you can come and identify the phone, certainly give it back to you.
hope my life, and I never felt this way before. And I swear this is true, and I owe it all to you.
Every time of my life, and I never felt this way before. And I swear this is true, and I owe it all to you.
The sculler in lane 1, that looks like Durban Kennard moving very well. In fact, it's lane 2. Durban Kennard's just popped out from behind the pumper. Very difficult course to call from a commentary perspective. Then in the middle of the course, St Albans Griddlestone moving very well. Then out on the far side, looks like the UJ Sculler, either the UJ Sculler or the Ritz Sculler. It is the UJ Sculler Bellinger moving very well. Those, I would say, are your top 3 boats at the moment. So St Albans Griddlestone moving exceptionally well. On the inside of him, Tux Ferro. These are all the lightweights. So St Albans and Tux now in the middle of the course. These are your top 2 boats. This is the final of the lightweight men's single scull. St Albans Griddlestone, Tux Ferro. Good sculling here from Girdlestone. Dave Girdlestone leads at the moment, the final of the lightweight men's single sculls. Just a length in it at the moment. The Tux Sculler starts to rev it up. St Albans Sculler responding nicely just to hold off the challenge there from the Tux Sculler. It does look like the UJ Sculler up on the far side might have that 3rd place, although Kennard and Durban here on the near side moving up quite quickly. But it's the 2 scullers up front, and it's a length in it, just over a length. St Albans Girdlestone ahead of Tux Ferro, the top 2 boats in the men's lightweight single sculls. Close race here for 3rd place. I think the Durban Sculler might just come through. Of Durban, followed by St Albans and Wits. Two heats of the men's C coxless pairs about to come towards us. JP Stork, St. Benedict's Christian, St. Stilian Busa, St. John's van der Westhuizen and St. Benedict's Crotts. That's the lineup of the first heat. The drizzle on the course at the moment, so that should flatten it despite the wind. So a bit of drizzle now, just flattening the water quite nicely. So despite the wind still blowing up at the start, conditions a little smoother, a little easier to get away. Always a bit of a slow start after a break, but we very quickly get into that rhythm, so Regatta will run on time.
She told me don't love me, about it. She told me don't love me no more. We both know we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone.
Just looking a little further down the program, some exciting racing to come in the next couple of minutes. As the first heat of the men's C coxless pairs comes towards us. After these two heats we have the men's B8s, women's B8s, and then the big one, the men's A coxless pair. Just having a look at the lineup for that, certainly looks like that's going to be an interesting race. On the course though at the moment, does look like the St. Benedict's crew out on the far side. Apologies, that's St. John's out on the far side, leading this first heat of two. Although big moves coming here on the inside of the course from the St. Benedict's and the JP coxless pairs. But I think now right up alongside that St. John's boat. So this could be anybody's race from here, 200 or 100 meters in. JP, St. Benedict's and St. John's out on the far side. Still in the favour of St. John's, I think. You will have a better view of it as they come into the enclosure. JP, St. Benedict's, St. John's. That is the as we see them across the course, but it is St. John's leading St. Benedict's, who in turn leading JP. Those are your top three boats. In the end, quite spread out. So length between them, just overlap there. John's crossing ahead of St. Benedict's, who in turn are 2 lengths clear over the JP boat. And the second heat I see has already started of the men's B coxless pair. Second heat, probably through the halfway mark now. King Edward's Watts, St. John's Akudi, St. Benedict's Riccardi, St. Benedict's Wuji, and Durban Frost. Just having a look at the course, looks like the St. Benedict's crew, if they are in the correct lanes, Dawuji leading at the moment from the second St. Benedict's boat. Well, I see there is a pair here in lane 1 from King Edward's Watts. Having steered one of the better courses, probably puts them up in line for a top 3 finish. Durban Frost out on the far side. Certainly up front, the 2 St. Benedict's boats. That's Riccardi and Dawuji. St. Benedict's Riccardi starting to make a move now. Let's see these 2 St. Benedict's boats as they come up to the line. It is the Dawuji crew who has led for most of this race, but look at this performance here from Riccardi now. I think almost through. In fact, I don't think they're almost through. They are through. Oh, they rode into each other. So that'll be interesting to see what the umpire does there. Just Mike Durban just 10 ahead of King Edward's. So we go back up to the start, this time for men's B8s. UJ Riemann, St. Stithians Macanetti, St. John's Knaba, Selborne Rawlins, VLC Ndlovu, some Olympians in that boat, in the VLC and Global boat. JP Jarvis, St. Benedict Zillan and St. Benedict Bastos. So let's talk some experience. The crew in lane 5 lining up at the moment. Sizwe Ndlovu, gold medalist at the London Olympic Games. Ivan Pence participated at the Barcelona Olympic Games. Ramon de Camlente, 3-time Olympian, having won a bronze medal in Athens. Certainly not shy for experience in this boat. Just having a look at some of the other names of the crew members. Justin Hageman also rode at national level at some stage, as did Anton Rose. Ex-Peter Maritzburg. Good to see him back in a boat as well. And that pretty much makes up most of the VLC UJ combination crew in lane 5. Be interesting to see how they fare against the schoolboys. So some more senior athletes, let's put it that way, in that boat, but certainly a hell of a lot of experience from Sizwe, Ivan, Justin, Ramon. Five Olympic Games representations in that one boat. Sea-Track helicopter over the lake. Certainly hope someone's car isn't in the lake. The 8s may take a little bit of time to line up, a bit counterintuitive sometimes actually. We think the bigger boats are easier to line up, they're not. There's more surface area to be blown around by the wind, so coxes have got their work cut out for them if there is a wind blowing at the start. So it becomes quite difficult for these 8s to line up, particularly if we're expecting all 8 of them to be there. So just a reminder to those of you who are still having lunch or finishing off lunch, there are some wine specials at the One Grape stand. Some great specials being run at the moment, 40 Rand a glass or 100 Rand a bottle. You do get 2 picnic glasses free. I think that's linked to the purchase of a bottle. That's the One Grape wines, and then on the Leopard's Tail, 50 Rand a glass and 150 Rand a bottle, and the same picnic glass freebies go along with that as well. So please go along and support the One Grape stand. What a nice way to wash down your lunch. As we have the course, sorry, I missed these guys come through. UJ Riemann on the near side here, moving very well. So all that Olympic experience, not quite strong enough there for some of the school athletes. Selborne moving very well in the middle of the course there, in second place at the moment, but here comes that VLC crew. So we speak about experience in racing. There's a St. Benedict's crew out on the far side, also moving very well at the moment. Oh, St. Benedict's out on the far side, don't underwrite that, oh don't miss them out on the far side. Then we have UJ closest to us. This is UJ Riemann, and then we have Selborne. In fact, I think St. Benedict's might just to the line, better ahead of, oh, I think it's Selborne just ahead of St. Benedict's, followed by the VLC boat, St. John's, St. Stilians, and then Jeppy out on the far side. So, interesting racing there in the men's B8s. Fantastic race. Good to see a full field of men's B8s at the sprint regatta. Very well done to UJ, picking up that win there in the men's B8. Selborne just popping, pipping St. Benedict's on the line there. Fantastic racing from these 8s over 1,000 meters. Over the page and one race closer to the men's pairs final, but it is the women's B8s. Should be 5 boats lining up. St. Andrews Dick, St. Mary Sheen, Bits Costons, Assumption Keegan, and UJ Schumann. For those of you who haven't been past the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2023 stand, please make sure you go along and take a look at the stand. Lots to think about and consider, either volunteering, signing up for a Learn to Row program, or getting back into a boat. For those ex-oarsmen who haven't been in a boat for a while, I did mention earlier we're trying to aim for 600 local entries from South Africa, and that would mean doubling our masters population between now and September of 2023. Round of applause please for these B8s entertaining us. Good performance there from the VLC crew, but it was a win ultimately for UJ in lane 1. Very good performance in the men's B8s, congratulations. St. Mary's in the middle of the course, moving very well. That's St. Mary Sheen leading, having just come through the pump house. Right up alongside him though is St. Andrews Dick in lane 1. Slightly more favourable water. In fact, as I look again, I think maybe St. Andrews right up alongside St. Mary's now. So close race up front here between St Mary's and St Andrews. A little more time focusing. Oh, I think there's some boat speed in the St Andrews boat at the moment that's put them right up alongside St Mary's. So coming into the enclosure now, 150, 200 meters to go. St Mary's have responded again. Let's see what St Andrews have got. Oh, Cox turns a big roller on there. Interesting steering from some of the Coxes today on the course. Assumption out on the far side, currently in third place. Could be challenging St Andrews now for that second place. I think St Mary's have done another gear here as they come into the enclosure. 150 meters to go, less than. Assumption starting to move up very, very strongly. St Andrews will have to watch the threat from Assumption out on the far side. St Mary's now probably 3/4 of a length, if not a length. And it is clear water now between St Mary's and St Andrews. Assumption not quite having enough. Oh, actually, I might call this wrong. Very close here between lane 1 and 4, and it will be St Andrews by a canvas. Good performance there from the St Mary's crew. Women's B8s, which then takes us to the start of the men's A coxless pair. Tux Baxter, Tux Tor, Tux Torrente, Tux Miller, Tux Lematri, St Benedict's Max Master, St Benedict's De Kaiser, and St Benedict's Correa. This pairs race is going to be very difficult to call, given the clubs are all very similar. Hopefully they're all in their correct lanes and manage to see them pop out from the behind the pump house. Very little to tell between Tux Baxter, Tux Tor, having enjoyed the protection from the back. Sandra Torrente, also an Olympian, having represented in the coxless 4 in Tokyo last year. So this regatta is certainly not shy of talent. And just having a look at these pairs, it does look like the crew in lane 4 that is now oh, so difficult to tell. Nope, I'm back to crews in lanes 1 and 2. Crew in lane 1, that should be Tux Baxter if they're all in their appropriate lane. Really moving very well since the into this second 500, then followed by Tux Tor, then being chased by Tux Torrente and Tux Miller. Still Baxter in lane 1 though, ex-King Edwards. moving very, very well here. I think any one of these four pairs up front could still grab first place, but it is Tux Baxter. You can just see the rates significantly higher than the rest of the field, still lob in the water. Wow, all moving towards the line at the moment, but it is still Tux Baxter from Tux Tor and then Tux Torrente. Those are your top three boats, and in the end it's a length and some clear water between Baxter and the rest of the field as they cross the line. Followed by Tor, followed by Torrente. Three heats of women's C single sculls coming towards us at the moment. First heat, Tux Nangasami, St. Stephen's Ngwenya, St. Andrews Malloy, Soweto Fele, St. Mary's Anderson, VLC Stoltz, and Germiston Madonsela. That's the lineup. Almost at the 500 meter mark. In fact, just through the 500 meter mark are the leaders in the first heat of three of the women's C single sculls. Then just an announcement around medals. Still waiting for crews to collect their medals from the Masters Second Division single sculls. It was race 113. I've got Drea here who needs to go and collect a medal. Masters First Division singles, Ben Bernand. Ben, you need to go and collect your medal, please, if you haven't already. The women's A double, Pretoria Wesley, you need to go and collect your medals. Women's B single sculls, it was a race 108 to 112. Need to collect your medals, please. Rutger, McDonald's, and Van Aert. Race 109 was the women's A coxless pair. Then also men's B coxed and coxless quads, men's A double sculls, women's C quads, and men's C8s. Please guys, go and collect your medals so that it isn't a mad rush at the end of the day. But just having a look at the course, it is the St Mary's Sculler that looks like St Mary's Anderson. Very well clear here in the first heat of 3 of the women's C single. Quite a spread out field here in the C singles. So St Mary's leads quite convincingly ahead of St Andrews. St Andrews Malloy. Two heats on the course at the moment. The second one has also just got underway. VLC Hendley, Soweto Masenya, Germiston Maridi, St Stilians Harris, St Andrews Molapo, St Mary's Davidson, and Germiston Masheke. So a win there for the St Mary's Sculler. Very comfortable win there for young Anderson in the women's C single sculls. So Regatta running on time. The second heat got off at 1:56. It was scheduled for 1:55, so pretty much running on time. Seems the sculler in lane 1, that's VLC Hendley, leading the second heat of 3 of the women's C single sculls. St Mary's then out on the far side. That's St Mary's Davidson. Those are your top 2 boats at the moment. Once again, quite a spread out field in the women's C single scull. Still a light drizzle on the water, which does flatten the water slightly, even with the wind blowing. Into the enclosure, it is still VLC Hendley, followed by this Mary Sculler out on the far side. That's Davidson. The third and final heat of the women's C single scull. So the races really are coming down thick and fast. This race went off 1 minute early. The umpires had that discretion if all the crews are there. So all the crews were there for the third heat and was set off 1 minute early. So Regatta running on time. That's fantastic to see with so many races over the course of the weekend. But now the race in front of you at the moment, hotting up a little bit. So Mary Sculler moving quite nicely on the far side there. Don't think it's enough to take out the VLC Sculler, Hendley. third place now, a tussle between St. Stithians and I think it's the Germiston sculler. But up front here, have a look at this, less than a length in it between Hindley and St. Mary's Davidson. One of the scullers into the water, unfortunately. St. Stithians then here in third place. St. Stithians Harris. 2 third places there for St. Stithians, if I'm not mistaken. And the third and final heat comes towards us again, this time being led by St. Mary's Pestana. Again, a very spread out field here in the third and final heat of the women's C single sculls. St. Stithians Funamava out on the far side in second place. And it looks like VLC Wetzlar in the middle in third. Just a reminder to these scullers coming through the finish line here, please stay off the course. Very close race for second place here in the third and final heat between St. Stithians and VLC. But up front it is St. Mary's Pestana comfortably coming through to win the third and final heat of the women's C single sculls. The first of 3 heats of the men's C double sculls is just about into the enclosure, 400 meters to go. Looks like it's St. Albans double up on the far side. My apologies, St. Dunstan's boat. Looks like only 3 of the 8 boats that we expected made it up to the start. Hence my confusion of to who is where. But a clear win here for St. Dunstan's, ahead of what looks like the Wemmerpan crew and Sinsterdent. Second heat just about to get underway from the start, but concluding stages of here in front of you. And Dunstan's crossing the line there to win, race for 138, the first heat of the men's C double sculls. Just while we wait for the start of the second of 3 heats, a reminder to everybody who has won races through the course of the day to please go and collect your medals from the medals tent. And I've been reminded of 2 Learn to Row programs that exist at the moment. So a program that's run out of this centre. There are flyers at the medals table and at the gate as you came in, which could give you some more information about a Learn to Row program as we look to increase our masters numbers for 2023. And if you're on the other side of town, there is a Learn to Row program at Wemmerpan as well. Best people to get hold of there are the Vikings Rowing Club, and we will certainly be sharing details of that with the rowing community over the next couple of days. So 2 Learn to Row programs, in fact there are more, but one at this centre and one at Wemmerpan, whichever is easiest for you, if you have any interest in getting into a boat. Again, expecting 8 boats in the second heat. Not sure how many are up there at the moment. Taking a little bit of time to line up. Still not quite a start on the second heat of 3 of the women's C double sculls. Pretty close to getting going, but not quite. Just waiting for some of the crews to straighten out. I see some are still perpendicular to the course. Although the wind does seem to have calmed down up at the start. That's pretty flat.
Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Well, life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes. So that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time myself was lost. I tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only had 2 hands.
Some crews still just battling in the,
The chance to travel.
we'll call it a breeze now up at the start, certainly not windy. Just taking a bit of time to line up the second heat of 3 of the the men's C double sculls.
Close my eyes. Life's a game made for everyone, and love is a prize. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over,
Concluding stages here of the men's C double sculls. Here, UJ Hool on the near side. Crews battling with their steering out on the far side. Looks like the looks like a Germiston boat actually. That's the Germiston boat in lane 5, finishing way down the course. May actually just allow this Jeppy crew in lane 3 to come through in second place if they're not careful. In fact, that's exactly what's going to happen. Jeppy will take second place, just by half a length ahead of the Germiston crew, and those are your top 3 boats in the second of 3 heats of the men's C doubles. Next lining up is the naturally the third one, St Stithians Pringle, St Dunstan's Grua, Germiston High School, Soweto Satori, St Albans Roosela, and Hilton Green. The third of the 3 heats, the men's C doubles, comes towards us. Good performance from the St Dunstan's crew. That's Grua leading at the moment. Then followed by St Albans, St Stithians, Germiston and Soweto. Seems to be a double having tipped the back of the field. Looks like it is the Hilton boat actually that's tipped. No, it's not a Hilton boat. Potentially a double knot part of this race, but up front nothing's changed. It is still St. St. Dunstan's coming very comfortable in there for St. Dunstan's, followed by St. Stithians and St. Albans. Next race due from the 1,000 meter mark is the women's B quads. Some of these are coxed, while others are coxless. Suspect the Wits and the UJ crew being coxless boats, with St Mary's, Holy Rosary and St Andrews, all three rather, being coxed boats. So that's an additional 50 kilos to have to carry. There are 2 heats in this event. Big race to look forward to after these women's B quads is the women's A8s. Seen just about all the 8s go up. And that lineup in a few races' time will be Tux, UJ, St Mary's, St Andrews and Tux again. Certainly one of the big races on the program for today, the women's A8s. So race number 142 on the program is about to set off. It is the first heat of 2 of the women's B quads. I gave you that lineup a little earlier: Wits, UJ, St Mary's, Holy Rosary and St Andrews. And those quads are just about to set off. In fact, have just been set off.
better, stronger, power. Whatever doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. So I'ma get stronger. Coming like a battle ram. I'm knocking down the door again. Coming like a battle ram. I'm knocking down the door again.
First of the quads, women's B quads, comes towards us. Holy Rosary Truro in the middle of the course, comfortably leading this first heat. Being chased by St Mary's a little, but I think the Holy Rosary crew has it under control. Followed by St Andrews, and then Wits here on the near side. Clear water between Holy Rosary and St Mary's as they come up to the line. So no change in the order here. Holy Rosary, St Mary's, St Andrews and Wits. Almost 2 lengths clear. Holy Rosary crossed the line ahead of St Mary's, and we go up to the start. In fact, they've already started. Is the second heat of the women's B quads. Lineup of the second heat, which has already completed about 350 meters. St Stithians Ward, St Andrews Porter, Hurst, St Mary's Davidson, and Holy Rosary Fenta. Just behind that should be lining up the women's A8s. Although having said that, I now see only one of the 8s making their way past the pumper at the moment. Hopefully they've got a bit of time to get there. As the second heat comes a little closer, it is the St Andrews Portlitter crew who leads the second heat, being chased on the inside by St Stithians Ward. Very, very close race here in the front between St Andrews and St Stithians. Very neat St Stithians crew, just starting to edge up on St Andrews a little bit. St Andrews just managing to keep that boat speed up. A lot of work going into the water there from the St Andrews crew. Durban and St Mary's finding it out for the third spot. Looks like St Andrews will hang off, or hold off rather, the challenge from St Stithians. Still very, very close. Very, very close here between these just about all four boats, with the Durban crew now through St Mary's. Remember, the Durban crew is, however, not coxed. Look very close together, the Durban and St crew. But up front here, it is St Andrews by just under 3/4 of a length. St Mary's will come through to hang on to that third spot, with Durban having to correct their steering. It would certainly have slowed things down. So we go back up to the start this time for the final of the women's A8s. Just a reminder of that draw again. It is Tux Pollock, UJ Basson, St Mary's McGregor, St Andrews Lamond, and Tux Pringle. So just one of the final crews arriving at the start for the ladies A8s. Just coming around the back and straight into the starting line. Flags up and go. Women's A8s underway from the 1,000 meter mark. Tux, UJ, St Mary's and St Andrews. Sorry, St Mary's, St Andrews and Tux again. That race is being set off 1 minute after published time, so Regatta pretty much still running on time. Fantastic to see. Good starts for the St Mary's and St Andrews 8s. Can't see the crews behind the pumper. That's UJ and the Tux crew. Definitely good starts though for the two school crews in the middle. That's St Andrews and St Mary's. As the crews on lanes 1 and 2 become more visible, certainly Tux Pollock in lane 1 off to a good start. In fact, it's hardly the start. They're almost at the 500 meter mark. UJ starting to find some speed through the middle of the course, but it is Tux Pollock right up alongside St Mary's and St Andrews. In fact, Tux Pollock now just edging away from the rest of the field. They are protected in lane 1. Some interesting steering from some of the coxes. UJ also starting to find some length and some rhythm through the middle of this 1,000 meter race, and starting to put some pressure on the schoolgirls as well. So it is Tux Pollock. I now think it's UJ in second place, St Mary's in third, and St Andrews battling with their steering a little bit. Not sure what's going on there. Every time that rudder goes on, the boat slows down. So, still Tux. Pollock coming towards us. St Mary's have done really well. St Andrews have fixed that steering and have come right back up into the field again. UJ don't quite have the legs at the moment to come back at the two schoolgirl crews, but I think St Mary's and St Andrews now fighting it out for second spot. UJ now has taken up another gear, so just as I say, I'm not sure that they have it in them. They've taken it up a gear and could come back through into second place. But have a look at this. Good performance here from Tux. Clear water between them and the rest of the field. St Mary's, I think, just have their bow out in front there and will hang on to it. And it'll be St Mary's just ahead of UJ, who just put St Andrews out into that 4th position. Great racing from the women's 8s here at the National Sprint Regatta. So to those of you who haven't visited the One Grape stand yet, or are due for your second or third visit to the One Grape stand, they're now running a special. Every person who buys a bottle of wine between now and 4 o'clock will go into a draw to win a wine hamper. So you could very easily land up going home with more wine than you anticipated to, just from the purchase of one bottle of wine from the One Grape stand here just behind the commentary point. On the course we have the final of the men's B coxless pair, Fitz, UJ, Selborne, King Edward, Selborne, UJ and Selborne. Fitz crew in lane 1 moving very well, as is the crew in lane 3, Selborne van Dijk. Biggest trick here is going to be the steering for these pairs. Always difficult to steer these coxless pairs. Certainly the Selborne crew in the middle of the course have it all figured out. Fitz just dropping back slightly. So Fitz really good start in the beginning of this race. Still up there, but certainly now the Selborne crew just stamping their authority on this men's B pet final. So no real change here other than the UJ boat coming through quite strongly here in the latter stages. Men's B coxless pair. That's UJ Riemann almost put to second place now. In fact, I think they are into second place. But it is still, and has been since almost the beginning of this race, Selborne van Dijk crossing the line to win the men's B pair final. Two sets of quads races meant to come towards us. First up, the men's A coxless quads, Wits, Tux and UJ, and the men's coxed quads, which will be all the school crews, St Albans, St Benedict's, St John's, King Edward's, Hilton, St Albans and St Stithians. Just taking a bit of time to line up the first of the coxed squads. That's the Wits, Tux and UJ. Tux in the middle of the course lead the final of the men's coxed squads. Alongside them UJ, and then on the near side Wits Patrizi. That is the order at the moment. Challenge from UJ now on the Tux boat. Interesting to see how they respond to that as they come into the enclosure. Lots of boat speed on that UJ boat at the moment. Very, very tight racing here. I think the UJ boat may just have a bit more speed here into the last 200 meters, 150 meters less than. And it is UJ now take the lead away from Tux as they come up into the less than 100 meters to go. Almost a length in it. Certainly wasn't the case 20 strokes ago. Good performance there from UJ here in the last couple of 100 meters. Come through and win the men's coxed squads. So we go back up to the start, this time the coxed squads. St Albans Ward, St Benedict Zillin, St John's, Motetwa, King Edward's Morash, Hilton Emmett, St Albans, Germiston and St Stillion's Swat. That's your lineup for the boys quads. All coxed. Just about under course. men's cock squats comes towards us. St Albans Ward in lane 1. It's a bit leading at the moment. Right up alongside them though is the St Benedict Cylind crew. Also Matetwa. Those are your top 3 boats at the moment. And just starting to spread out a little bit. St Albans Ward, St Benedict Cylind, St John's Matetwa. King Edward's tucked in behind St John's and alongside the Hilton College crew. Then out on the far side is second St Albans crew and St Stithians. But up front it is St Albans Ward. In fact, quite comfortably over the rest of the field. St Benedict's comfortably in that second spot, although there is a St Albans boat on the far side starting to make a move as well. That's St Albans Girdlestone, sorry. So St John's have fallen off the pace here in the second 500 meters. Hilton has hung on, but there is a St Albans boat on the far side moving through very well as well. So St Albans Ward on the near side. Challenge could be on St Benedict's for the second spot, but it looks like they will just hang on to it. St Albans Ward, 2 lengths, so a length and a half clear. Clear water between St Benedict's and a second St Albans boat. Girdlestone. Very close finishes there between St John's, Hilton and King Edward's as the final crews that come through in the men's coxed quads. Back up to the start this time for the men's a coxless 4. Just to give you that lineup then: Tux Chabalala, St Benedict's de Kaiser, St John's Giltro, UJ Leseglu, and St Stithians Schmidt. Those are the coxless 4s. Behind that, the coxed 4s also lining up. I'll give you that lineup in a little bit.
But
The coxless force come towards us. It is the UJ Lesihlo boat in the middle of the course, leading at the moment ahead of Tux Chabalala in lane 1. Tux's boat still has the potential to come through. Actually, I'll take that back. The UJ boat certainly found another gear here in the last 200 meters coming into the enclosure. Well clear of the rest of the field. Followed by St John's, St Benedict's and St Stithians. In that order at the moment, although there is a challenge here from St Benedict's on the St John's boat. It'll be interesting to see here for third place. UJ crosses the line, you hear the hooter go. It'll be a second place for Tux, and then the race is on for third. Looks like St John's will just manage to hold off the charge from St Benedict's. Half a length, less than half a length in as they cross the line. The coxed fours having just got underway. St Benedict's McMasters, JP Franken, UJ Conradi, St Stithians Okot, and King Edward's House. UJ in the middle of the course, Conradi leading the coxed fours race. Just on the inside of them, JP Franklin, within striking distance of a win. And then on the inside of that, St Benedict's McMasters. Slightly off the pace, but still with the potential of a strike within the next 300 meters. St Stithians and King Edward's just slipping out the back of the pack a little bit. As the race hots up here, we see St Benedict's, JP and UJ. JP now, I think, have the better of UJ as they come into the enclosure. Only just. JP now have the advantage over UJ as they come in to the last 100 meters. UJ take it up a notch. St Stithians moving very well there on the far side as well, putting some pressure on St Benedict's for the third spot. But there is a race up front. UJ have found another gear. UJ just put their bow out in front again of the JP boat. And it'll be on the line to see what happens here. It'll be UJ just ahead of JP, followed by St Benedict's, St Stithians and King Edward's. Reminder again to those of you who need to go and collect their medals. If you have won your event today, please go and collect your medals from the medal tent. At the start at the moment, lining up should be the Masters 1st and 2nd Division Women's Quads. Combination of VLC Old Eights, a VLC Hooper Crew, Ravens Bernand and VLC Williams. If there is still a Hilton College rep in the Regatta site, if you could please come to the commentary point. A Hilton College rep. VLC Old Edwardians combination coming through here to win the Women's Masters 1st and 2nd Division Quads, followed by VLC Ravens and the VLC crew on the far side.
Open Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style.
Masters second division doubles coming down the course at the moment for men. VLC Morgans, Rudapart Philpotts, St Old Dunstonians Lodge, Wemmer Bentley and Vikings Mayer. Quite an age range between these doubles. Being led by the Rudapart double in lane 2 at the moment, if I have it correct. That's Philpotts. Then close between VLC Morgans on the inside and the Vikings Mayer crew out on the far side. Oldest crew on the course is the Vikings Mayer crew out on the far side. So from a handicap perspective, certainly in the running for a win here. But it is, in absolute terms, Rudapart Philpotts leading this race at the moment. So strong performance from the Vikings Mayer double out on the far side. We see the VLC Morgans crew just putting a little pressure on them now for that second spot. In fact, I think VLC are now through the Vikings crew, but we will have to wait for the handicap system to kick in. So that's Philpotts crossing the line. Ahead of VLC and Vikings. Back up to the start, this time for the men's C quads.
Open Gangnam Style.
Yeah.
Gangnam Style. Open Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style.
So just an observation from the officials and the Control Commission. Crews are taking a little bit long or a little bit late in getting onto the water. We're having to wait 1 or 2 minutes up at the start, and that does just delay the whole program. It's unnecessary. Not to be on time. So please make sure your crews are boating well before advertised start time.
Open Gangnam Style.
Give yourselves enough time to get up to the start. You need at least 15 minutes from the time you push off to get up to the start. Get round the back and get racked and stacked before you move on to your race. So coming towards us at the moment, St Benedict's de Santos, King Edward's Chong, St Stithians Washington, Germiston, Paladi, St Albans Solomon, JP Dobson and St Dunstan's Gra. King Edward's Chung coming towards us, leading the men's C quads. Then looks like it is St Dunstan's out on the far side and St Benedict's on the near side in second place. Probably St Benedict's ahead of St Dunstan's at the moment. King Edward's and St Benedict's just moving away from the field as they come into the enclosure. King Edward still leads St Benedict's. See the impact the wind has on the crews that are further out there. It just pushes the crews out. They're having to use more rudder to try and stay on the course. So that means that St Dunstan's quad probably rowing a little further than they needed to. King Edward still lead, although there's good boat speed in that St Dunstan's boat on the far side. Challenge coming from St Dunstan's now. Not sure they've taken that second spot just yet from St Benedict's. King Edward still lead. Men's C quad. St Benedict's do hang on to that second spot, followed by St Dunstan's. Just over half an hour's worth of racing. Please make crews are getting onto the course up to the start on time so that we don't finish later than anticipated. Next race due from the start is the final of the men's C coxed fours. UJ Matthews, St Benedict's Riccardi, St John's Grayling and St Benedict's Lal Bahari. Marshall on the finish, if you can hear me. Marshall on the finish, if you can hear me, please could you come in and just have a chat with the POJ? The coxed fours are just about in the enclosure, being led by UJ Matthews. Suspect that is a coxless boat, while the other boats will all be coxed. So UJ Matthews leads, second St Benedict's Riccardi. These two boats moving away from the rest of the field, with St John's tucked in there in third spot at the moment. I beg your pardon, the crew with the lane 3 on their bow is not on the program. Looks like a JP boat. St. Benedict's now challenging the UJ crew, and that St. Benedict's boat is coxed. Have a look at this. St. Benedict's boat is coxed, and they've now got their bow out in front. UJ are going to have to fight hard, but I don't think there's enough time. It'll be less than a canvas as they cross the line. And it is St. Benedict's just ahead of UJ. Very good performance there from St. Benedict's, having carried a cox down the course. Still have half an hour to grab your bottle of wine and get your chance to, or rather get an entry into draw for a wine hamper. That's at the One Grape wine stand here just behind the commentary point. Those of you who are looking to grab a bottle of wine from the One Grape stand, you also stand a chance to win a wine hamper should you buy a bottle between now and 4 o'clock. If you haven't yet visited the Masters 2023 stand, definitely worth passing by there and understanding what's happening from a Masters World Masters Regatta perspective. Lots of exciting stuff on the go, including the announcement of our partnership this year with the Gauteng Department of Tourism. Certainly giving a great boost to the event, and we look forward to our relationship with the Gauteng province of the Department of Tourism. Will certainly help enable the event to be world class. So that JP crew having come out of the second heat and raced in the first heat, we now have the second heat of the men's C coxed fours coming towards us. Should be St. John's, St. Stithians, St. Benedict's and King Edward's. As the last crews are boating, hopefully you're all, in fact everybody should have boated by now, given that the last race is at 10 past 4. Or maybe a little time still for those last races to boat, but please don't be late. We'd like to get these last couple of races off on time. Running on time at the moment, it is 36 minutes past 3, and the next race is due off at 3:38. Just having a look at the start, crew is just about ready to go. Seem to be missing one or two, so these are the crews that are boating late, not quite getting up to the start on time. the concluding stages of the second heat of the men's C coxed fours. St Stillians on the near side. Sorry, I beg your pardon. UJ. Yeah, I know. Rather let me say St John's. St John's on the near side with St Benedict's out on the far side. The two boats up front at the moment. St Benedict's have the boat speed coming into the last 100 metres. Almost a length in it as St Benedict's come up to the line ahead of St John's, who in turn leads St Stithians. Those will be your top three finishers in the second heat of the men's C coxed fours. Men's B sculls final, the lineup as follows from the heats this morning. Ward of St Albans, Betulus of St Albans, Pappas of VLC, Swanepoel of UJ, Green of Jeppy, Mittendorf of Tux, Ferrer of Tux, and Zillen from St Benedict's College. That is up expecting all 8 boats, I beg your pardon, expecting 7 of those 8 boats. The Jeppy sculler in lane 5 is a scratch. And that race just about ready to go. Flag is out for the start of the men's B single sculls. Ward, Betulus, Pappas, Swanepoel, Mittendorf, Ferrer and Zillen. That is the lineup, that is how they progressed through the heats this morning. If I understand the seeding correctly, they would have been seeded across from lane 1 through to lane 8. So we would expect to see the faster boats on the inside of the course. So that would be Ward of St Albans, Petulus of St Albans, and Papas of VLC. Just having a look at the course as I come through the pumper, that is pretty much how things stand at the moment. Ward maybe just slipping off the back a little bit. Certainly Petulus and Papas of VLC right up there. UJ Sculler just slightly back from that. Just looking across the course. That's pretty much your ranking at the moment. This is the final of the men's B single scull. 500 meters to go. In fact, less than 300 meters to go. Ward now of St Albans starting to make a move and a ride up alongside Petulus of St Albans as well. Then next to them VLC Papas moving very well in the middle of the course. Currently I think the VLC Sculler is leading it at the moment. Lots of boat speed though from the St Albans Sculler. Ward on the near side. Definitely race up for grabs here, although the VLC Sculler starting to move very well as well. Certainly found another gear there as they've come into the enclosure. Swanepoel of UJ up in the medals as well now. The two St Albans Scholars just sliding back a little bit. Ward still moving very, very quickly here in lane 1. Very quickly here in lane 1, the Sculler from St Albans. The UJ Sculler, Swanepoel having to fight hard to hang on to that second spot. It will be VLC up front. That's VLC Papas. But there's a big race on here for second place. There's enough runway for the Sculler from St Albans. Doesn't look like it'll be just a canvas off the UJ Sculler, followed by St Albans Ward and St Albans Petulus. Back up to the start now for the women's A quads. Expecting a full house. St Andrews Harrison, St Mary's Price Hughes, St Stithians McConnell, UJ Dibakwani, Holy Rosary Gomez, Gomes, Assumption Keegan, St Mary's Morgans, and St Andrews Dlamini. So we are expecting 8 quads up at the start. Other than the UJ boats, I suspect they are all coxed. the women's quads comes towards us. St Andrews Harrison in lane 1 moving exceptionally well in the first half of this race. Then followed by St Stithians McConnell. Out on the far side, St Mary's Morgans. The race hotting up here in the front between St Andrews and St Stithians. St Stithians lead at the moment, but St Andrews now starting to just find another gear as they come into the enclosure. St Andrews Harrison and St Stithians McConnell. Watch the St Mary's boat on the far side as well. Also in the mix is the Holy Rosary quad. St Mary's out on the far side, put a big push in now. What a good performance there from St Mary's out on the far side. Is it going to be enough? St Stithians responding, St Andrews responding. Big push here from Holy Rosary now as they come up to the line. 4 boats in a line. Any one of these 4 boats could win this race. As they come up to the line, it is still St Mary's with just an advantage over, wow, St Andrews, St Stithians, Holy Rosary, and it is going to, actually it is on the near side, St Andrews. I'm going to call it St Andrews, St Stithians, St Mary's, but I will wait for the official results. Back up to the start this time for the final, the women's A coxless fours. Coxed and coxless fours. Tux Pollock, Tux Tucker, Tux Pringle, St Andrews, Morumba, UJ Basson, St Mary's Curtis, St Mary's McGregor, and Holy Rosary Nicholson. That is the lineup of the women's A coxed and coxless fours. Round of applause for all these girls' quads, please. What a fantastic performance. All of these quads. Tight racing up front. 4 boats across the line all at the same time. Still waiting for the official result, which I will give to you as soon as it comes down to me. Strong performance from St Stithians as well. Congratulations. So a slight hold on race 157, just given a athlete clash, so just waiting to swap athletes out in one of the boats, so slight delay to race 157. certainly won't impact the finishing time of today. Still waiting for one of the crews to make their way up to the start of race 157, just due to a crew change. So as soon as they get up to the start, they'll turn pretty quickly. In the meantime, what the umpires have done is race 158 ahead of 157. 158 is the final of the Masters coxless pair. Two boats in this race, VLC Hageman and Durban Frost.
on fire. Now baby, get my booty naked, take off all your clothes and light the roof on fire. Tell her, I'm on fire. I tell her, I'm a fire.
So, just confirmation of the junior women's, or rather not the junior women's, the women's quads race. I called it correctly. First place, St Andrews. In second place, lane 3, St Stilians, and in third place, St Mary's out on the far side in lane 7. Those are your top 3 finishers for the women's quads race. 4 boats across the line at the same time. Impressive racing from those ladies. But in front of you at the moment is the Masters coxless pair. VLC Hageman leading the Durban Frost crew. This is race number 158, racing ahead of 157, just to give the crews in 157 some time to get up to the start. They should be there now, so they should be able to set them off any minute, just as we watch the concluding stages of the so VLC crosses the line there in the Masters coxless pair. If I have a look at the start, it looks like we'll continue to shuffle the program. Looks like it is the Masters 2nd Division 8s lining up at the moment. Vikings Mayor, VLC Hooper, and VLC Leithwaite. So it is in fact the Masters 2nd Division 8s making their way down the course. 3 boats coming down the course, a very mixed bag. Some are mixed boats. By mixed I mean gender. Vikings Mayor lead at the moment, ahead of VLC Hooper and VLC Leithwaite. So Vikings, stroke by Mayer, comes through to win the Masters 2nd Division 8s, ahead of the 2 VLC crews. Good performance there from the Vikings crew. Ages are all relatively the same across these 3 boats. Right, for those of you who bought a glass or a bottle of wine rather, before 4 o'clock, I'm about to draw for the wine hamper. If you are the lucky winner of the hamper, please go and collect it from the One Grape stand. I've drawn it for the hat. Louis or Lewis, your cell phone number ends in 8814. The One Grape guys will be in contact, and you can go and collect your hamper from them at the stand. If we haven't managed to get your name right, the guys will give you a ring and ask you to come and collect it. Thanks very much. Thanks to everybody for supporting the One Grape stand today. I'm sure they'll be open for a while after the regatta as well, for those of you who'd like a glass of wine before you head home, provided you're not the driver. So the much anticipated Women's A coxed, or Women's A4 comes towards us, being led by Tux. It is the Tux crew in lane 1 who lead at the moment. That's Tux Pollock, followed by another Tux crew, looks like Tux Pringle in lane 3. Then St Andrews up there. St Andrews boat is coxed, which is an impressive performance from the St Andrews crew. Tux Pollock ahead of Tux Pringle. St Andrews doing very, very well there in the middle in a cox boat, but it is the 3 coxless boats from Tux who have places 1, 2 and 3. Tux Pollock across the line ahead of Tux Pringle. First cox boat across the line, St Andrews. Excellent performance from St Andrews, followed by the 2 St Mary's boats and Holy Rosary out on the far side. All those boats having come through the finals of this morning. So that takes us to the last race of the day, by race number 160, the men's A8s. Let me give you that draw. McMaster of St Benedict's in lane 1. Clausen Jeppy in lane 2. Nasilo of UJ in lane 3. Thomas in VLC lane 4. Mtetwa Johns lane 5. Chabalala Tux lane 6. House King Edwards lane 7. And Schmidt of St. Stithians in lane 8. Men's A8 lining up at the moment. St. Benedict's, Jeppy, UJ, VLC, St. John's, Tux, King Edwards and St. Stithians. Red flag is up. Some of the boats just backing out of the start again, coming back in, just to make sure they're absolutely straight and ready when the umpire drops his flag. So the red flag has gone back down again as crews realign themselves. Tux in lane 6 taking a bit of time to get themselves ready. Just about ready to go on the men's A8s. The crews that I can see are all straight and ready. Umpire's flag is out and up. Attention, go. Just that lineup again. St. Benedict's, Jeppy, UJ, VLC, St. John's, Tux, King Edward's and St. Stillians. The wind has dropped a little, which is quite nice. Relatively flat conditions here for the last race of the day, the men's A8s. Good starts for the crew in Tux crew in lane 6. 2 boats in from that. UJ also off to a very good start. Watch the crew in lane 1, or the St. Benedict's crew. Not quite up in the field just yet in the first 500 meters, but starting to move. Alongside them, Jeppy moving very well at the moment. Next to them, UJ lead at the moment. Followed by VLC, St. John's. Then out on the far side, we have St. Stillian starting to move very well on the outside as well. But here comes the St. Benedict's boat. They didn't have a great first 500. But as they come into the enclosure now, it is St. Benedict's and UJ. St. Benedict's and UJ at the moment. My view, the front of the pack here. St. Benedict's starting to move. 200 meters to go. Strong performance from Tux as well. Have a look at Tux boat in lane 6. The Tux boat moving very quickly out there. In the middle of the course, lane 6, but I still think the spot belongs to St. Benedict's. St. Stillians out on the far side, also coming up. St. Benedict's and Tux. UJ falling out the back a little bit. VLC coming up very strongly. St. Benedict's and Tux. It will be St. Benedict's by just over a canvas. Ahead of VLC, then UJ. So, St. Benedict's, Tux, UJ, VLC is how I call it. We'll wait for an official result to come down. But great racing from all 8 of these crews. Obviously like to get everybody in and to prize giving as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the St. Benedict's College boats for the lane number 1 on their bow, winner of the men's eight at the National Sprint Regatta here at VLC.
always, real fat, all day. Now, baby, we can party. Oh, baby, we can party. She read books, especially about red rooms and tie-ups. I got her hooked, cause she see me in the suit with a red tie tied up. Victor, nice to meet you. But time is money, only difference is I own it. Now let's stop time and enjoy this moment. But live for the moment, makes sense, don't it? Now make dollars, I mean billions. I'm a genius, I mean brilliance. The streets will school them and made them slicker than slick with the ruler. I've lost a lot and learned a lot, but I'm still undefeated like Shooter. I'm far from cheap. I break down companies with all my peeps. Maybe we can travel the world and I can give you and all you can see. Time is money, only difference is I own it. Like a stopwatch, let's stop time and enjoy this moment.
you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be doing prize giving at about 5 o'clock, and we'll do the draw for the hampers that were on sale at the entrance at the same time. So if you can give us 20 minutes, we'll start the prize giving, and then everybody can be on their way.
and winding round. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. It's not about what you've done, it's about what you do. It's all about where you're going, no matter where you've been. Let's go. There is no better time. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. Let's go. Right now is where you shine. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. It's not about what you've done, it's about what you do. It's all about where you're going, no matter where you've been. Let's go. Let's make it happen tonight. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen tonight. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen tonight.
Everybody
All right, guys, we're going to start prize giving. I think what an amazing way to get back into racing. I think we've had 2 fantastic days of racing. I was a little bit worried about the weather. The weather's organised when you're doing a regatta. But last year we found ourselves in very unfamiliar territory with us having to cancel the regatta. However, we're thrilled to welcome everybody back to VLC for the RMB VLC Sprints Regatta. I think we can all agree that we've had 2 days of fantastic racing, and without the support of companies like RMB, much of what you see would not be possible. So it is my pleasure to welcome Tracy Pringle from RMB, as well as Sean Kerr from ROSA, who has joined us for the prize giving. Regattas like this just don't happen, and there's a huge amount of work that goes into organizing something like this. And I find myself leaning rather heavily on a lot of relationships, trying to get things done for the regatta. And I just need to take some time just to acknowledge a few individuals who have made immeasurable contributions to the organization of the regatta. Firstly, to Evan Galway, who organized the regatta officials and all the tower operations. I think she's done an absolutely fantastic job. And then to the officials themselves who volunteer their time for the 2 days of the regatta. Obviously, it takes a huge amount of time and effort to be here. So I'd like to thank all the officials for their time and for doing a fantastic job over the last 2 days. Then to Sue Gush on our committee. She does organizing of the gate and trying to scrape together a few volunteers to sit at the gate all day to get everybody in and explain everything to you, take your money, etc. for a few raffles, which we will do at the end of prize giving. Thank you, Sue, for a brilliant job. To Craig Massane and Ian Johnson for their work in preparing the course. It takes a huge amount of time to put the course together and make sure it is in good shape for racing. And I think, again, both those guys have done a fantastic job in preparing the course. I think maybe wait till the end and then we'll just give everybody a huge round of applause, guys. To Nigel Bucko for his work in putting together our online regatta experience. So like most regattas nowadays, I think nobody's really going paper-based anymore. And I think Nigel did a fantastic job in terms of allowing you access to the regatta results, live streaming access, as well as the trophy updates, etc. So well done, Nigel. To Andrew and Robert Gibb. Poor Andrew, who's been stuck on top of the tower for the last 2 days, come rain or shine, who's been doing the live streaming. Andrew and Robert, I think, a fantastic job as well. Thanks so much for your time and efforts. And then to a couple of parents, Otto Rutger, who donated this fantastic tower that you see before us. To Wally Thompson from Lionsgate for providing the security. And then also to Bernd Juliker, who was our chief lead commentator. And I think the commentators did an absolutely brilliant job over the 2 days. It just adds a little bit to the racing when there's somebody telling you what's going on. So to all the commentators and to Bernd in particular, thanks so much. And then to Marcy Hooper, our club captain, and Nikki Bowles, who specifically instructed me to thank them personally, not only for their efforts and contributions in our Masters Mixed Quad, but also for the work they did on the Regatta Committee. To Charmaine and Ruan, our staff of the main club, for their contribution in getting the club ready to host the Regatta. I must say I received numerous compliments in terms of the club and the condition of the club, and I think hopefully everybody had a fantastic experience both from a food and beverage point of view and just from a welcome to VLC. To our fellow club members, I don't think everybody appreciates that this is a club with various disciplines, and the sailing guys, canoeing guys give up their time quite willingly and quite freely so that the rowers can have the rake for the whole weekend. So I'd just like to acknowledge their contributions as well. So if we can just give everybody a huge round of applause for all their contributions, guys, I think it's been a fantastic effort. And those few names by no means cover all the work by club members and volunteers that go into organising the regatta, and unfortunately there's simply just too many people involved to thank individually. However, the value of their contribution is certainly appreciated. And lastly, to you, all our competitors, without whom this would be an empty husk. We welcomed a number of clubs from around the country, and it was nice to see some familiar faces that we have not seen in a while. Thank you for the way you have conducted yourselves this weekend. The event has been held in a fantastic spirit, and I hope that you enjoyed the competitive racing and the camaraderie that makes the sport so special to many of us. On a personal note, I thought it was absolutely wonderful to be able to compete in regattas again, masters racing. We haven't seen much in the way of events, so I thought it was absolutely fantastic. So I think let's just have one last huge round of applause for all the competitors and everybody involved. Well done, guys. Now, just before we get to handing out the prizes, I'm just going to give the mic to Sean Kerr from ROSA, who's just going to say a few words on behalf of ROSA. Thank you, Sean.
Thanks. I'll keep it as brief as possible. A couple of things just to, and I've been talking about these over the course of the weekend from the commentary point, but I think the big thing on the horizon for rowing in South Africa is the hosting of the Masters, the World Rowing Masters Regatta in 2023 in September. And if you haven't heard about it yet, you've clearly not been part of rowing for very long. It is one of the biggest events that we will host. It will be a first for Africa. And I really do encourage all of you to get to know how you can assist or help or be involved as part of that event. So from a Rowing South Africa perspective at the moment, that is a huge priority for us, and we have to host a world-class event. On that note, we recently received some really good news of a sponsorship partner in the form of the Catering Tourism, and that will certainly catapult the quality of the regatta onto a new level. I've spoken through, particularly today, around how you can get involved. We're looking for people to row. First of all, we're looking for 600 entries at least from South Africa alone, expecting between 2,500 and 3,000 entries in total over the 4 days of racing, or athletes rather, over the 4 days of racing, so that should be quite exciting. But there's no doubt that everybody in the rowing community is going to have to chip in some way to assist and help and volunteer through that week to make sure we host one of the best Masters regattas in the world. It is a first for Africa, and World Rowing have taken, I wouldn't say a risk, but certainly a chance and back the Rowing South Africa team to be able to deliver that event. Maybe just a quick touch up on Rudderplaat. Please have my assurance that we're trying our best to get Rudderplaat rowable again. It's a long road to walk, and I know there's some frustrations around the use of the dam and where we are. I think we're starting to see some light in terms of the interaction that we're having with various government agencies, in terms of their commitment to helping us rid the dam of hyacinth. It's not the first time this has happened. It's probably the third or fourth time that we've had full coverage on the dam in the last 10, 20 years, and we have to be patient and work with the government agencies to get us through. I don't want to repeat any of the thanks that have already been mentioned, other than to say thank you to the officials and to the POJ. Herman van Velzer, thank you very much. Great regatta, and I think sure the weather played its part. Sounds like it was a little tricky yesterday, but we finished on time today at what is a jam-packed regatta with over 1,000 athletes racing over the course of the weekend. can't not talk about COVID, and I just want to thank particularly the schools and the supporters for your cooperation and adherence to the protocols that we've put in place. We've had a fantastic team in the background giving us advice in terms of how we should be managing rowing as a sport. Schools have obviously had their input in terms of their own protocols that they've been following, and we're now at a very simple stage, if I can call it that, of protocol, and it's the three basics around sanitizing, wearing a mask, and social distancing. And I'd like rowing to continue to be a model for other sports around how we manage this until things ease up. Lastly, I just wanted to thank, more from a federation perspective, our federation sponsor, the RMB team. Tracy, if you could please pass our thanks back into the team at RMB. RMB and Rowing South Africa share a very special relationship, predominantly with our national squad. And I think, if you've seen some of the talent on the water over the course of the weekend, we've certainly got some exciting crews to start thinking about sending overseas as we prepare for Paris. Paris, we work in Olympic cycles, as you know, and we're only 2 years away, or 2 and a bit years away from Paris, given the Tokyo delay. So it doesn't give us a 4-year cycle. We're 2 and a bit years away from Paris, and that's pretty scary for those of you who know how long it takes to prepare for an Olympic Games. So we got Paris in 24 and LA in 28, and we work on those Olympic cycles, and that's what we'll be aiming for. I'm going to leave it there. VLC, thank you very much for hosting the National Sprint Regatta. It's an absolute critical part of the rowing calendar. Thank you to you and your team. It's a fantastic event. And to all those of you who've travelled from other provinces, thank you for your support.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to get right on to the trophies now. And the first trophy is the Donna Ratica Trophy for the top university or senior club who accumulates the most points over the regatta. And the winner this year is the University of Johannesburg. Well done, guys, a fantastic achievement. The next trophy is the McGregor Trophy for the top school or junior club who accumulates the most points over the regatta. And the winner this year is St Andrew's School for Girls. Do we have anybody from St Andrew's School for Girls? This is the coach from St Andrews. Clearly a big surprise for St Andrews. The next trophy is the Keith Mabry Trophy for the top points achieved in the under 14 and under 15A events, and the winner is St Benedict's. The next trophy is the Selwyn Tucker Plate, which is for the top Masters Club, first and second division quads, and the winner there is VLC. The next is the VLC Rowing Cup for girls. This is the top girls school, junior girls excluding junior girls C division. And the winner there is St. Andrews School for Girls. If somebody from St. Andrews has realized they won a few trophies, or we're getting the touch representative. Next trophy is the VLC Rowing Cup for boys. This is the top boys rowing school, again junior boys excluding junior boys C, and the winner there is St. Benedict's. Next trophy is the Alan Francis Trophy. That's for the top co-ed school, and the winner there is St. Dunstan's. Anybody here from St. Dunstan's? Again, a Tux representative, well done. Next trophy, the VLC Rowing Cup for Masters, which is the top Masters club. That's all divisions, first, second and third division. The winner there is VLC. I must say the Ravens gave us a good run for our money yesterday, but unfortunately we pipped them today. The next trophy is the Chris Barrett Plate. That's for the top women's A8, and the winner is Tux Pollock. The next trophy is the Contel Trophy, which is for the top men's A8, and I must say an absolutely fantastic race for the final race of the day, and deserved winners there with a huge finish is St. Benedict's. The next trophy is the Atlanta Challenge for Men. This is for the top men's A single sculls. The winner there is Sandro Torrente from Tux. I don't know if he's here, but if you can have a Tux representative. Anybody from Tux? The Atlanta Challenge for Women, which is the women's A single sculls, won by Kirsten McDonald, also from Tux. The ABSA Trophy for Men, which is the top men's A pair, that was won by Tux Baxter. If the guys aren't here, then I think we're just going to move on. The ABSA Trophy woman, which is the women's A pair. That was won by Tux Newman. Well done, guys. Nearly done. The second last trophy, the Alison Mulder Trophy, which is for the women's A double sculls. The winner there is Tux Wesley. And the final trophy, the Bob and Jill Tucker Trophy, which is for the men's A double sculls. The top winner there is Bale Smith from the University of Johannesburg. Well done, gentlemen. Alright, that concludes the prize giving. We're going to just do the draw quickly for the hampers at the gate. So Sue, if you can join us. Guys, please don't leave with the trophies. You can have your photographs, etc., but please leave the trophies here before you go. Right, going to draw the sports hamper. So first thing we're going to do is draw a list from. Or you just find a letter that corresponds to a sheet. Right, sheet D. D11. And that is Graham. I'm sure there's only one Graham here, but his cell number ends in 1551. So if there's a Graham here with his cell number ending in 1551, you've won the sports hamper. If you're not here, we will phone and make contact with you and make sure the hamper gets to you. The next one is the Pamper hamper, which turned out to be the most popular hamper. It's Graham Bentley. On sheet C, number 13, is Glenda Teichman. Cell number ending 1562. If Glenda Teichman is here, you can come and collect your Pamper hamper. Tracy's claiming to know her and promises to deliver it. And the last one is the booze hamper. And that is E5. And the winner there is Brendan Saunders. Cell number ending 0004. If Brendan's not here, then I'm sure we can get somebody to take the prize to him. We're all honest individuals, I'm sure. That concludes prize giving. Just one more thank you for everybody who's attended the regatta and made it the success that it is. Hopefully we will return to normal regatta programs through to 2022, and we hope to welcome you all back again in 2023. That concludes the regattas. Drive safely, everybody. Thank you.